Good morning. Okay, let me get, I need my computer to just design database transfer. Hang on. Okay, here we go. I'm going to do design database transfer, and I'm trying to think of the best way for me to do this where I can show you. Hang on, I don't even have my screen up with you guys there yet. Okay, let me do a couple of things. It is incorrect. Why is this not coming up? Oh, hang on. Connected, secure. I don't want that. How come I can't sign on to Google Chrome? Okay, sorry, that just took me a minute. Was unable to get onto Chrome. Let me get my computer ready, and I'm just going to show you how we do the design database transfer. Probably shouldn't do that. Probably shouldn't be entering my password so you guys can see it. Don't have a panic attack. I do have 8 million windows open. I'm going to lower this down really quickly. I'll do that so I can get you to my screen a little better, and maybe I'll make it not so dark, and there we go. I think that's a little bit better for you, right? You can see that? Okay, so if you have not done it yet, you should really get signed up for Design Database Transfer. It's really, really nice. It's really, really easy. How you sign up for it is you are just going to type in Design Database Transfer. And you can either do the baby lock version or the brother version. Okay, they have both of them. So there's the brother version right here, and here's the baby lock version right here. So I'm a brother machine, so I'm just going to go right here. And it gives you all the instructions. It explains it to you. Wait, back. Hang on. Design, that's not what I wanted. Design, database transfer, right here, the very top one. So this is what you should see. It should look like this. Introducing design database transfer. You do need your computer to be on the same network as your machine. And then you're just going to go down here and you're going to click here to download the installer. So you just click that. And then you can pin it to your taskbar, which I did. And the way you do that is down here in the little search, right down here in the search, you would just type in design. I'm giving you a computer lesson. Database transfer. Whoops, it just opened it up. But you can give it a command on here to pin it to the taskbar. Just Google it. Be like, how can I pin something to my taskbar? Google it. It'll show you how to do it. Here, when you do that, it'll pull up over here everything that's on your computer. Let me bring this up a little bit. So I'm going to find, and you need to know how you have everything organized on your computer. But I'm going to go here to Janine Babich because I have a folder for Janine Babich. I have a folder that says New Embroidery. I'm going to click that. And then I'm going to go to my Janine Babich. I know I've been saying it wrong. It's hard because I've always said Babich. And then I have Welcome Friends. I have a folder that says Welcome Friends right here. And then I'm going to click on that. Okay, here's my Welcome Friends. So I've got to choose here before I start transferring. I'm going to choose the computer or the machine I want to send it to. For me, it is sewing machine 248. That is what our sewing machine is, our Avenir is here at the store. I know, what a boring name. And then I'm going to choose my designs. I've already done my leaves, so I'm not choosing those. Oops, sorry, it's selecting everything. I don't want to do that. All I want to do is I want to choose Welcome Friends. You have 3 options here. So can you guys hear me? You hear the toilet? Oh, my volume is so loud. Okay, hang on. Let me see if I can change that. How about that? Hopefully that's a little bit, ooh, it's still sending me into the red. Okay, how's that? Is that a little bit better? I think it's this one. It's me. Okay, I think I'm in green now. We better? Hopefully that's better. You can let me know. I'll be checking, Wanda. So, this is if you're going to do a double hooping, because you can do a double hooping in your 5x7, I think. I'm doing this one, and I'm doing that in my 8x12. So I'm going to go ahead and select that one. Make sure you have the right machine selected, which I've already done. I'm going to send it down right here so that, you know, I could put multiple designs here. And then you're just going to hit that button right here that says send to machine. It's the machine with an arrow. And that's it. That's it. I'm done. Finish outputting data. Now, if you don't have a good internet connection at your house, that can affect things. But as long as you have a decent internet connection, then you should just be able to send it right over. And that is done. That should be at my machine. I'm going to put my computer to the side, and let's get hooped up and ready to go. Okay. You know, it's me. I'm so loud. Like, Karen is so soft. Like, her voice, she talks really, really soft. But me, I'm so loud and frenzied. All right, where are my instructions? Where's my instruction book? All right, I printed this out this morning. These are the supplies that you should have. And let me make this a little bit bigger right there. Maybe I'll make my screen just bigger. All right. So we are going to have, cords everywhere. Cords everywhere. All right. So you should have your instructions. As far as your stuff that you're going to need, I wanted you to have all of your flowers and your leaves pre-done because we're going to sew that on with the machine. But I'm going to put that to the side for right now. Wanda, is that better? Does it? I'm sorry I was blasting you. And then your binding should be done. And if you don't have it done, who cares, right? You can just do it later. Watch the video later. Here is my fabric. I chose to leave my fabric all one piece, and I put shape flex. The piece you got was actually, we cut a 13-inch strip and cut it in half. So you probably got 13 by 22 inches. If you wanted to just use the very end of it, you could have used the very end of it. You can save this end at the over here. I'm going to go ahead and hoop the whole thing because it came out so horribly when I did it without hooping the whole thing. I was traumatized. So I'm going to be hooping the whole thing with Cutaway stabilizer. I just prefer to use Cutaway if I'm going to be leaving it in. So medium Cutaway for my first hooping, okay? So I don't know why. I couldn't remember if... I don't need all of this. I'm going to cut this off. Don't worry about it. So I'm going to hoop that right now. Piece of Cutaway with my fabric that has the shape flex on it. So I'm going to go ahead and put this in my hoop. I'll cut the extra off. I couldn't remember if I did 2 layers or 1. I know, okay, can I just tell you, I find the instructions a little bit confusing. Even though I've done this once, I'm gonna have moments of pause where I read the directions twice and I go, am I doing this right? So remember, this part right here is the top part of your hoop. It has a little bubble on it. So you want to make sure, my top part's over there, so I'm going to hoop it this way. And I usually hoop the very top part, and then I'll walk my hands down and make sure everything's in right. Oh, it's tight. Hang on. I'm going to loosen it a little bit. Are you guys seeing this whole hoop? Hang on. What are you seeing here? There we go. Hooping can be tough on the hands. I'm using the heel of my hand just to make sure it's all pushed in there. I'm going to grab my fabric and I'm going to pull inward, not upward, because it's going to pop right out. I'm not going to really worry about that little crease. I didn't feel like ironing it out. Okay. You want to make sure this is flush. That your outer hoop and your inner hoop are flush all the way around. And then I'm going to take my hoop height tightener, which is like my #1 tool. This little guy, if you don't have it, get it. I'm going to put it on here and just tighten that a little bit more. Never where you're straining, just where it's comfortable. Actually, I can't even really turn it, so I'm not even going to do it any more than it is right now. And I'm hooped and ready to go. I'm just going to go ahead and cut this off, and I can use this for something else. And that should be enough, okay? Cutaway, my fabric completely hooped with shape flex on the back. That is going to be enough. I'm going to go ahead and just put that over on my machine. We're going to talk about the rest of the supplies that you're going to need for today. All right, if you got one of the first kits from me, then you got all sorts of good stuff in there. And then if you got one of the other kits, you still got enough to make 1. If you want, you could have enough to make 2 of these if you used a different back fabric. But I'm going to be using this as my back fabric. I think it's supposed to be 13 inches by 16 inches, if memory serves me right. Welcome, friends. Welcome, friends. Okay. Yeah, the back fabric is 13 inches by 16 inches. Here is my back fabric right here. We're going to be trimming stuff down. You should also have your sleeve hanger that we're going to be sewing on. It should already be trimmed and top stitched, ready to go. And then for the top, we're going to be stitching the middle piece, but then this is going to be your front top right here. This is going to be your front bottom right here. You're going to need thermolan. So what's the difference between fusible fleece and thermolan? I thought they were the same thing. They are completely not the same thing. This one we buy the single-sided thermolan. It's thicker than the fleece. I thought the fleece was going to be the same thickness, but it's a little bit thicker and more robust than the fusible fleece. So I would recommend getting the thermolan. There is an option here if you want to use decor bond to stiffen it up, but I didn't use that. Yeah, I chose not to use that. And is that it? That's it. And then your binding, which we already talked about. So we are ready to go. Any questions? I hear the toilet. Sorry. Let me see if I can update this. See my live chat. Does it let me refresh? Okay. Hang on. What just happened? My chat totally disappeared. Hang on a second. Okay, here we go. I'm just going to look and see if I missed anything. Thank you. Oh, okay, the Ackfeld hanger. I did just order more of these. I have a couple of them in the store. This one I think was the gold one maybe, and it's 12 inches. So it's 12 inches and it looks really cute with this on there. Hi, Miss Trish. And did you put batting in the hoop? I did not put batting in the hoop. Shoot, did I layer this? I think I layered this. Did I layer this later? Now I don't even remember. Can you believe that? Okay, we'll figure that out as we go. Okay, let's go to the machine and we are going to start stitching. So let me see if I can choose my machine, or actually let's go to our screen first. So we're hooped up. I'm going to grab my thread. Let's bring it over to the machine. I'm going to grab my directions and let's put this little puppy over here so we can see what's going on. I'm on my Avenir, store Avenir, and let's go ahead and so I'm going to go home to clear what's on our screen. We still have what Karen was doing yesterday. We didn't even turn the computer off. Let's go embroidery. And here is my pocket right here. I really want you to try to use Design Database Transfer because it's so great and it's so easy. And I know it's scary and I know it's new, but give it a go. So I'm going to go to the pocket. And then this is where you go if you are bringing in via Design Database Transfer. Otherwise, you might be just using USB, and that's okay too. And here is my design. I'm going to go ahead and set it. I want you to choose your hoop size so you have an idea of how much room you have. So to choose your hoop size, you're going to go to your settings button. On the Avenir, it's going to be the gear. On most of the other Baby Lock and Brother machines, and that's what we use, and that's why I talk about those machines so much. You're going to have something that looks like notebook paper, and it could be here on the top, it could be here on the bottom, depending on what machine you have. Is Thermoland still in the hoop? No, I did not hoop that. Yes, that's why it goes on later. We don't use batting. That Thermoland is all we're going to use, and it is not in the hoop. The only thing in the hoop is going to be your medium cutaway, your background piece, which in our kit was Vanilla Grunge, and you should have Shape Flex firmly adhered to that piece. So I'm going to go right here, and I'm going to choose my 8x12 hoop. Da-da-da, 8x12. And we're going to say, okay, maximum speed. You guys, I'm going 1,050 stitches per minute. Should be totally fine. This is just like a big satin stitch. Nothing crazy going on here. And what you don't want to do 400 or 500 stitches per minute. You're not going to be able to keep up. And then everything else looks good here. I'm just going to say okay. So you can see how much room you have. Like if you were leaving your stabilizer on the roll, you could take your design and bump it up and save all of that over here because you're going to have, you'd probably have like 2 inches plus what goes underneath the edge of the hoop. But I just have mine cut to size. I'm going to leave it right in the middle. I'm going to say embroidery. And then I like to go to this button right here where you go forward and backward stitches. And since I already placed it, I am not doing that first stitch, which is a placement stitch. We don't need to do that. It's going to sew right in the middle.
Should these be individual?
No, yeah, to sell them?
Yeah, they're like put out like this.
Well, that's just to keep it clean. There might be some already out there.
And then what are they called?
Dobby, D-O-B-B-Y. All right, so that first stitch out, I'm going to go ahead and skip that. And we're going to start right with Welcome Friends. If you are just floating it, if you're choosing to float it, which you're welcome to, but she did say to use a fusible tearaway in addition to what you have in the hoop. You can totally follow the instructions. Then you're going to do that first piece and you're going to lay it out like she has you lay it out. But I mean, I had so many puckers. I was like, oh my God, it just kept getting worse and worse. So I'm just going to go ahead and hooping all the fabric in the hoop with the stabilizer. I'm starting with Welcome Friends, okay? I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to go to a different window. We are going to come over here and I'm going to go ahead and hoop. Make sure you have a bobbin in. I just have a regular pre-wound bobbin. I'm going to slide this on. As far as color goes, yeah, and so you know, that 8x12 is sticky getting it on. It just is sticky. So you're always hold this part while you slide it on, and I hold it while I slide it off. All right, thread color. I used Mango Smoothie, so I'm going to put in my Mango Smoothie right now. Let me go grab it in my bag. Look at, we're not even looking at the instructions. I should probably look at those. Mango Smoothie. Oh my goodness. Yesterday I was trying to finish up my pumpkins. And I was like, why does this keep stopping? And then when I got downstairs, I had used up all my pearl thread. I was like, ooh. For me, using up a spool of thread is always like, it's such a good feeling to me. Because then I tell myself, I do deserve to buy things. Because I use them. I don't know. It's like something silly. I just tell myself. All right. I'm going to go ahead and thread up. What needles should you use? We have, I think, an 80-12 Microtex in here. So I usually use, I'll show you the 2 needles that I use the most. But you can use whatever works for you. And go ahead and start stitching. While it's stitching, let's look at our directions because maybe I'm totally leading you astray. Okay, so there is an option here. So you have options here if you're going to be doing double hooping, which we're not doing today, but there are instructions here to show you how to do that. We're starting here with page 4. So as long as you have the right hoop, you're going to start with page 4, and we're going to be first and only hooping for the 8x10 or larger hoops. So she wanted you to hoop a crisp medium weight tearaway. I really do like the cutaway, and I'm going to trim some of that cutaway away, but I use cutaway instead. And then load the design. I prefer to use a heat fusible tearaway for this application. I find that it holds the fabric securely and is easy to remove. I didn't have any of that at home, so the first time I did it, I used spray. I used the medium weight tearaway. I sprayed my fabric, I floated it, and it was a hot mess. Open the design, select the design file, welcome friends. And then this is the placement line if you're going to float. Since I hooped the whole thing and filled up the whole thing, that's why I skipped that step. Rotate, smooth. We're just going to be stitching. This is 39 minutes of stitching just for this. So, go ahead and clean up your sewing room, and if you have any questions, I will be back and forth for this. Let me make sure my things are all, yes, I think everything looks good here. I'm going to check in and see if you guys have any questions. I think you guys are good. Perfect timing, we have 39 minutes.
This is 1958.
Oh,
But
perfect.
it'll still work. Because you need 9 and everything.
Just cut it in half. So we get that. Yeah, just cut over. Cut your 7 foot wide.
And then it's yep, okay, perfect. I just wanted to roll it up and forget it.
It's funny on my screen, this is like such a, it's like almost like a cantaloupe color. It looks like almost gold on the screen. How many of you are stitching today? Hopefully a lot of you. I have been dragging my feet on the Christmas one because I picked out my colors and they're so gorgeous, and I just haven't been able to pick out my my organza and like the little strips. So you guys are lucky because I'm indecisive. So what you're gonna get, I should have brought it all to show you. Did I bring it? I didn't. Let me grab it. This stuff is so gorgeous. Wait. Okay, so the next one we're going to do, I can't promise you it's going to be a Sewalong. It may not be, just because I've got so much on my plate. I will stitch it. You're going to have 2 colorways. So your first colorway is either going to be dark. Guess what? They have sold out of this fabric, of course. So you're going to get enough for the front. This will be your back, so it's coordinating fabric. This will be the back, and then, oh my God, the other colors I got are so beautiful. Sorry, see if I can back this underneath it. And then the other colorway will be the cream. So this will be the front. This will be the back. So I can stretch it, make it go further. Because, like, this is it. This is all we got. But this is that Kaufman line. I think it was called Yuletide. So, Dana's stitch went out for us. So, this is what it looks like. It'll be similar to this. I'm changing a couple of things. I got some, well, see, the thing I've been having trouble picking. I'm going to grab the colors. just enough for the kids so I can really stretch it out. But these are the accent fabrics. They're all grunges and they're so beautiful. So you'll get, I couldn't decide what like accent colors to use. Let me pull this out of the way. And you're like, she's making a big old hot mess here. So sometimes when I can't decide, I just like, I don't decide and I just put it to the side. I feel like the colors on my screen, like that you're seeing, are pretty washed out, but they're really, really more vibrant in person. That's the red, the pink. Oh, where's the turquoise? This isn't the turquoise, but I don't know. You get the idea. So what I decided is I'm cutting strips of all of these. You'll get a 1-inch strip of each of these. So here in the little border, you can choose what you like. Your leaves are going to be this green, which is like so fun with the fabric. I know it looks washed out on the video. And then your flowers for your poinsettia, you're going to get a red option and a hot pink option. So you're going to get both of those. And that way, everyone's going to be happy. Everybody. So you'll have options and you'll be able to pick from those options because the fabric is just like so much fun. And I feel like, see how the poinsettias aren't, they're not like, they're red and pink and it's almost like a raspberry red and then you have the pink over here. Oh, it's going to be to die for. So, I think what I'm probably going to do, just because I don't think I'm going to have time to do the sew-along for this, is I will film it, and then it'll go up, and then you can just pretend you're doing it live, right? Let's pretend. You thought you bought some. You probably did. Yes. Some of you bought this fabric when it first came out. I took it down. You might be able to find it at other dealers, but I took it down because I wanted it for this project. Because it's so cute. It's just like a little bit not as traditional. So with the flower print is just to die for. So anyways, you can purchase the design on our website. I just ordered more. I should have them on Monday or Tuesday, and I'll send those to you. And I think we have the design on sale on the website for $16.99. So it's called Welcome Friends. And, so Dana stitched these out because we were like, well, maybe we'll do it with pink instead. So she stitched out a whole bunch of these so we can audition them. We just, it's tough making a decision because we want it to be perfect for you. So here are just some of the middles that Dana stitched out. I love this one right here because the blue. Like there's a lot of blue in the fabric. Like this vibrant, I don't know if you can see it, but it's this super vibrant, like royal blue. Oh, it's just to die for. So we've been working hard. Do you have organza? I do not carry organza. I'll add my source because there is a place that I buy my organza from online. This is the pattern. So, and it's so great because it has, this is the version we're doing, although we did different fabrics. And then this is the Christmas one that I'm going to be stitching out. I already have bought my fabric for this one, but any kind of bright floral will work. And I didn't kit this one, but I have some to die for. I should probably kit this one. It just might be a little bit. I know, Lori's like, what? What do you think? Lori does all our kits for the entire country with the help of Miss Suzanne and Miss Dana. So we're very, very lucky. So I love this. What you're going to see is the main part of the design is it's the same, but your embellishments, like these have poinsettia and different leaves. These are going to have leaves, and this has flowers. So the embellishments are all different on these. You're going to have different embellishments. There's a lot of bang for your buck with this pattern. The pattern's $20, and you get to do all these different ones. So you can just change them out for this season. All right, let's go back and see how our embroidery is doing. Looks good. Looking good. When do you order the kits? So, okay. Meryl sent me a note, which I absolutely loved, because she was talking about maybe I just release kits like the first of every month. I'm going to try and do that, but my issue is timing. Timing is always super, super difficult. So that's kind of what I struggle with is the timing, making sure we're getting out in a timely manner so you have it for the holidays. Like this is a fall pattern right now that we're doing, so we want to get this out. But your Halloween stuff we have to get out. So I'm going to work on it, but it's just really, really hard with the timing. So anyhow, you're going to order it when I put it up, hopefully the first of the month. Maybe I'll have it ready for November 1st. I mean, not November 1st. I'm going to shoot for October 1st. And that way, you can order all your kits all at once and get them all sent to all at once. It's just the timing with that and thread, and it might be wishful thinking, but I'm gonna try and do it. The OESD monthly release kit. Yes, monthly release. I'm trying to do it with everything. I'm trying to see if I can do it with everything, Miss Merrill. So the monthly release is hard just because getting it all stitched out. And I like to stitch it and make sure it looks good and confirm, because sometimes I rush kits and then when I send it, I'm like, oh, that wasn't right. So it's really just all the time. But I'd like to do that, like at least get some kits ready and maybe release kits like the first of every month. Do I think it would look good? I think everything looks amazing in variegated thread. However, you don't know until you stitch it. And with variegated thread is like it's like a box of chocolates. You never know what you're gonna get. So it could look great. It could not look great. Hi, Meryl, you're there. Meryl, I'm gonna try and do it. It's dependent on if I can get it together. That's what I struggle with. Okay, I'm gonna go grab my coffee. I will be right back. I'm back! Oh, I wanted to talk to you guys about needles. Okay, let's talk about needles. was rushing. It's just hard coordinating everything. Oh my God, and just waiting on moving parts. So anyhow, let's go ahead and I wanted to talk to you about needles. So right now I think we have Miss Tina, if you want to join Spree, Patrick can give you a call. I'll have him call you. Okay. Patrick, call Tina. This morning in bed, I got up and I rolled over, and guess what? No coffee. I know you're horrified. You thought better of my manservant, right? No coffee. I was like, are you kidding me? So I just yelled down, coffee! And then Patrick goes, why are you yelling for coffee? And I was like, I'm not yelling for coffee. I'm yelling for my coffee. And then he ran up and brought it. So good to me. Okay. First of all, is this so cute? Would you guys like to make this someday? So, Pickle Pie did 2 different needle minders, and I gotta be honest, I've done both of them, and I like them both. I like the first one better. And the issue with the first one is it doesn't fit. See the big needles? These do not fit. This will fit the little schmetz. But if I recall correctly, all you have to do is hit enlarge twice, enlarge, click twice, like the size up, and then you can make one that will fit the bigger needles. But I'm pretty simple with my needles. These are my favorite for embroidery. And these are the embroidery anti-glue needles. They're made by Oregon. However, they're sold by Premium Needles, Dara, Oregon. They're sold by a bunch of different brands. But this part is the same. Like on the card, this is exactly what it looks like on all of them. I buy the Oregon ones directly because they're the cheapest, so I can sell them to you the cheapest. Like the best premium needles are like $8.99, and I think we sell these for $6.99. The Oregon ones, Oregon branded ones. So when I'm doing embroidery, I use a 7511. They do not make an 8012 embroidery needle. I know, isn't that crazy? So the next size up for embroidery specific needles is going to be 9014. So what makes an embroidery needle special? They're slightly ballpoint, and they're made for you to go between knit and woven fabric. Like you don't have to change your needle. Kind of like a universal needle. And aside from that, I really don't know what else makes an embroidery needle special. But I know it says embroidery, it's made for embroidery, so I'll use it for embroidery. Anti-glue, I use spray. Sometimes I use like dissolve away, stick, tear away. So it's got a coating on it that makes it so the adhesive doesn't stick to it as much. I just use it for everything. They're just my favorite needle. And I always tell myself, bigger needle, bigger hole. So I try to use the smallest one I can for the job. Sometimes they break because you're going through really thick stuff. Then I'll bump up in size. And when I bump up in size, I almost always then go to my Schmetz 8012 Microtex. This is not an embroidery needle, but they're extra sharp, and this is what I like to use. So as long as it's not bits, I'll just go to an 8012 Microtex. Sometimes I just leave my 8012 Microtex in my machine, and I use it for everything. I feel like your 8012 Microtex is going to be like your most well-rounded needle. It's kind of like the golden retriever of needles. It's like a crowd pleaser. So, and you know what I thought was super interesting? I'm going to show you something. Let me go grab it. Okay, this is a new pack. Well, I don't know how new it is, but new to me that I found. And this is Schmetz Piecing and Quilting. And I thought it was interesting that what they put in here is Microtex. So for the piecing, Stress is recommending Microtex needles. And they have in here two things of 8012 and a 9014. And then for their quilting, they recommend a quilting needle, and they have a 7511 and a 9014. So if you want like a nice all-around pack of needles, this is great. You're going to get your Microtex and your quilting, your piecing, just like 2 pieces of cotton, your quilting, and your layering. It all together. So I thought that was really interesting. It's been decided. Microtex for your piecing. Microtex is extra sharp. So if you've ever gotten like a stitch that's kind of laddering, like it comes in like, you know, like this instead of like straight down, like that's something where a Microtex could fix that, because instead of splitting, like being pushed by the weave of the fabric, it's just the needle is extra sharp. It's just going to go right down wherever you're stitching. So, yeah, I feel like Microtex can solve some of your issues when you are piecing. What is... The needle holder is so cute. Oh, this is going to be, well, how come I can't think of it? It is pickle pie. Pickle pie, and if you buy the design from us, I have like a couple of them in the store, but if you just buy the design from us, I'll send you the class for free. So if you want to buy the design, I think I did a paid class for this, and I'll send it to you for free. It is not cheap. The design, I think, is like 20 some odd. Don't buy it yet. I'll look afterwards, and if I can, I'll put it up at a sale price. And like I said, I'll do that right now. Let me look. Let me see how many I have in the store, and I'll do that right now. Is it the EEP needle? I don't know. What is EEP? I don't know what that means. Can you enlighten me? Giselle, teach me. I need to know what EEP is. Oh, back to needles. What else do I have in here? My serger needles, Microtex, universal. I mean, when in doubt, use a universal needle. Works like on everything. Again, that's a needle that's slightly ballpoint and versatile, and you can use that on all sorts of stuff. This is universal, a top stitch needle. I do have other stuff, but like I'd say 95% of the time, these are the two that I'm using. I do bump up, okay, I feel like a 9014 top stitch needle has to be in your arsenal. It has a bigger eye. The top stitch needles have a bigger eye, and so remember when you can put a bigger thread in it, and there's a little more give in there for when the thread hits the bobbin thread, so you have, it can be a cure-all for some things too. So a top stitch needle, I think that would be my top needles. I would have to say this for embroidery, the 8012 Microtex for piecing, a top stitch, a 94 top stitch needle, and it's good to have like a 116 like denim needle or universal needle if you have something super heavy, or a 9014 needle. That's going to be for your super heavy stuff. Okay, I'm going to go grab that pattern. I'll be right back. Oh, English paper piecing. So I honestly don't know what to use for English paper piecing. Okay, this is the 2. This is needle notebook 2. I would recommend the 1. I do like the 2. See, oh well, you know what? Actually, don't listen to me. If you want the option of doing a needle holder that holds the littles and the bigs, then you gotta get the 2, right? That's gonna give you options. See, you can do, but all of the spaces are big. So the littles sometimes fall out. So I would get, but the other one, it doesn't fit in there. This one, these will fit. See how these are so much thicker? So the one will hold these needles. If you do 2 clicks bigger, it will hold these needles. But not this. That's a whole nother size. So you probably want to get the 2. Maybe you want to get them all. Okay, needle notebook 1, guess what? I don't even have any in stock. So I'm going to check the price. I'll put it up. I'm going to put it up at a little bit of a sale price. And like I said, I will send you the class. And we'll put that up there. I'll include that. Now let me go ahead and order some of those. Where are we at with our embroidery? Let's go ahead and take a look at that. It's looking good. So English paper piecing, didn't you do that with a hand needle? Is that where you sew the hexes? For regular paper piecing, foundation paper piecing, I use a 9014 needle. And I stitch at 1.5 so I can rip the paper off. Oh no, needle notebook. What do you guys do with all your needles? Oh, they're sold out. Oh, they're getting them on the 19th. So I'm gonna order. I'll order 10 of those, and we're gonna do a sale price because they're $32.99. So why don't we go ahead and I'm gonna do sale price. We'll do them at. I'm such a sucker because I go, oh, they're so expensive. I'll do them at 20% off, and then I'll throw that free class. But don't get it yet, and you're gonna have to wait until next week. I'm not gonna have it till next week. Do you love that stitch? Look at that stitch around your friends. That little bean stitch around it that just makes it pop. And look at my hooping. Look how flat everything is. That was not the case with my other one. Oh my goodness, it was bad. It was a hot mess. Notebook pattern, so you might have to wait. It's going to be back in stock on 9/19, so I'll probably have it at the end of the month. You guys have so many projects. I'm not worried about you. You have so much to do. Look how gorgeous that stitching is. It's unbelievable. I'm trying to see if they have it in stock someplace else. Okay, once you're done with your mango smoothie, you're gonna put in your pistachio, whatever color you want to do. I did mint green because it went with the fabric. Okay, here we go. I'm back up. For some reason, I got shut down. One. download code, then I'll put that in there as an option. I'm gonna have Miss Graydon do this. Okay, Graydon's putting that up, and she'll put it up for 20% off. They're not going to ship until the end of the month if you guys want those. But we're putting it up right now, and we'll get them ordered. Buy one of these. You're going to buy it online. Sorry, Oregon EBBR needles. Okay, so Oregon EBBR needles, those are for the multi-needle. That's what the multi-needle comes with. It'll come with the EBBRs, and that's what I use on my 10 needle. That's what they're sold with. I have never used an EBBR as a embroidery needle for my regular sit-down machine, and maybe you can. Yeah, I just, that, if you buy a multi-needle from us, and you're going home with extra product, I'm going to send you home with EBBRs, 7511s. And we do sell them in 9014s too. Are you saying they recommend Oregon EBBR needles for English paper piecing? Because I would have no idea. I am not your English paper piecing. Although I did start a project because last time we went to Vegas, I needed some handwork. And so I was like, oh, we should do English paper piecing. But I didn't get very far with it. Came with your luminaire. Honestly? Yeah, I don't remember those being the needles that come with the luminaire, but maybe. I have the needle pack that came with the luminaire, but honestly, I've never looked to see if they said EBBR. This is our pack from the Avenir, which I don't think we've even ever opened. Let's see what they get. Yeah, I've never seen, this is usually what comes with those. And I honestly, I'd have to look in the guide. Because it usually will come with 7511s, 9014s, and ballpoint in the middle. And that's what came with our luminaires, but I've never looked. It never said what they were. And then you get, what are these? This is your twin needle. And I honestly don't really pay attention to any of the letters. Oh yeah, look. So here's EBBRs. Yeah. Size 11, so these are going to be 7511s. So these will be your sewing needles. There's 2 EBBR needles in there. So yeah, use them. I always use just these. They're my favorite. Because I go, why not get that anti-glue in there too, just in case you're going back and forth. Giselle learned something new today. I've never used that pack of needles. But if you guys have that pack of needles in there, BBR, you're wonderful. Anyways, we'll put this up. I'm going to put these away. These are my go-to needles. And this is my go-to for piecing and quilting. Alright. Ooh, look it. I'm almost done. And then I'm going to get my pistachio. So using the pistachio, that was kind of wild and crazy for me. Because I was like, really? Is it going to look good? I was worried about whether or not it was going to look good. Because, you know, this to me doesn't look like very, like, minty green. But I think it looked great. With the mint green here, and then the leaves that were stitched on, and the flower. So I'm going to put that in again. You might choose to use a darker green. Whatever makes your heart happy, that's what I want you to use. This is 38,000 stitches, so it's a lot. Ooh, that little bean stitch in the end just makes all the difference. How's the volume? Is it better? Doesn't sound like I'm shouting anymore. I better clean up this mess because we're going to need this for when we start sewing. All right. Thread change. I mean, but does that, I hope you guys all have beautiful embroideries that are completely flat and looking absolutely gorgeous. Oh my God, I should post the other video. Because I was sitting there like, as it was puckering, I was like, okay, I think I can press that out. And then I just let it go. And I was like, ooh, I just don't know if I'm going to be able to get that out. And I actually went all the way as far as stitching to the E. And then it just went, it was like as though I like gathered it. And then I just hit the stop button and then I redid it. So learn from my pain and just hoop the whole thing. You're always going to get the most stable hooping when everything that your fabric, your stabilizer are all in the hoop and you've tightened it appropriately. The project bag. Which project bag, Miss Giselle? What project bag are we talking about? More information, please. Okay, this is 21 minutes of stitching for the flourishes. So just let it go. The little clear one we set to the side. Was that during the live feed? Let me go look. Has the thread like stuff running into the fabric? Huh. I am not sure. Is it this? Is it this? Because this is going to be the fabric markers. On the live feed, and you never finished talking about it. I wonder if it's this. Oh, I know. I'm like I'm ADHD on the live feed. The needle holders, it comes in all different sizes. So Miss Sylvia, like this is the smallest one. And so this was probably done in like the 5x7 hoop because it's just this big, you know? This is as big as it needs to be. So it's gonna, and seriously, do you really want like a needle holder like this big? Like I like the two smallest sizes. I'll have to bring the other ones in and show them to you, but I like the two smaller sizes. Oh my god, I love those. Okay, yes. Yeah, let me show you. So you're talking about this. If you go to our website, and you're talking about this, here we go. Yeah, if you go to our website, hang on. I think it's in our affiliates. And I love these. I use them for everything. And I love them because they have two different pockets. So I can use the different pockets. There are nicer ones. I ordered this set. And then I saw another set that was cheaper. And I'm like, oh, it's the same thing. I'm just going to order that one. And it wasn't as nice. Like, it didn't have, the handle on it was like icky. So I know that's, wait, hang on. I'm showing this to you, you're not even seeing it, are you? Okay, this is what I'm talking about. So, yeah, I love it because you have like the two pockets. So I organize my stuff. And then I love it because the handle. So I have grid wall, and I just hang these up on my grid wall and just grab them and go. So, wait, are you guys still not seeing this? Hang on. There we go. Let's try it one more time. Okay. So there's different qualities, though, of these online. So I think we do have this on the affiliate page. So if you go to, I love these. And the other ones I got, I sent back. Because I didn't, like, I was like, look at the great handle. And it had this, like, really picky handle. Let me go to our website and see if it's on there. And if you use our affiliate, we do get a little bit of credit. So, I think it's all the way down at the bottom. But if you look here, the 10-pack mesh zipper bag, and I would recommend getting those because, you know, when you see that kind of stuff, there's 20 million sellers that sell the same thing. But these are the ones that I can tell you have the nice handles on them. So, I think they were maybe like either $20 for the pack, or maybe it was $13 or $15. I can't remember. But yeah, that's the good stuff right there. Holy cow, I'm making a mess without even doing anything. And these bags, they're like super hardy too. Like the mesh isn't gonna rip, like I don't know. I could just go on and on about how great they are. I don't know about you guys, but I am definitely a bag stuff person. Like I want like great project bags. Okay, while it's doing that, lettering, change, trim, lay the embroidery. Okay, you need rulers, and you need a good rotary cutter, and we're going to go through the instructions and do everything really slowly, because quite honestly, I find all of this really confusing. Really, really confusing. But we're going to go ahead and do that together. The one thing I didn't do is I don't think I trimmed my little piece to 13 inches. So I'm going to grab that right now. You should have, and you should have 2 of those. So I did everything but this. I brought an array of rulers from home. I am a Queen and Grits ruler girl all the way. I do like, I mean, the other rulers, if I were to consider like getting other stuff, I would consider the Quilter Select. And what I like about the Quilter Select is it's really gummy. So it doesn't like move around when you're cutting. That's also the thing I don't like about Quilter Select is that it's really gummy. So there's times where I just want to flick my ruler a little bit and it's just a little too much. I'm going to take out that selvage. Let me just get that off of there. My friend Anna got me this, and this is like one of the things I use the most. I love it. I just love it. I'm going to hang that over here. And then 13 inches. Let me look and make sure. I'm going to make sure. To 1 inch by 13 inches. Yep. scoop. We are kitting your stabilizer kits for comfort and joy right now. Okay, 13 inches. And we need 2 of those. 1, 2. I mean, that little strip is going to be this little itty bitty right here. Okay? So that was one thing I had it done. So, oh my goodness, it's tidy up a little bit at least. What else? Is there anything else we can be doing while this is going on? You could have been sewing, like if you weren't ready for this and creating your sleeves. I just did that all beforehand. I just didn't want to worry about it. So once this is done embroidering, we're going to go ahead and press it. We're going to press it, and then we're going to do the trimming together. All right, let's go back to our embroidery. Her instructions for me, Donna, just make me think. I have to like read them twice and be like, and look at the picture and read them again and go, am I getting that right? And then I question myself. I have really poor reading comprehension. So it's always been something I struggle with. And I find like sewing instructions for patterns are really confusing for me. Oh yeah, this is what we're doing right now. Stephanie just said she's gotten all her Blue Manor prepped with heat and bond. I feel like this project is great to double fist. Like this whole beginning part, I mean, do something else. There's got to be other. See me? Oh wait, hang on. What's going on? Let me figure it out because my video. Shoot. Hey, Patrick. Are we? I just can't see it. I know I have latency, but I did this a while ago. How about now? Oh, you can see it? Oh, okay. No, I think they said it's okay. I'm just panicking. It's my usual. I just got your order for the design. Just know that's not going to ship until the end of, they're not back in stock until September 19th, and then I probably will get them at the end of the month. the video right now, though. Oh my goodness. So that needle notebook class is from 2021. So it's going to be one of the first classes that I ever did. So Sylvia, be kind. I think it's still good. But I mean, that was when we first started doing online classes. Wow, Stephanie, that sounds kind of cool. Whoops. Okay, are you guys not seeing? Why is... Oh, wait. Here we go. Okay, looks like I need a bobbin change. I didn't even look, but I'm assuming it's a lot of stitching. And I had probably 2/3 of bobbin. When you do your bobbin change, I mean, on the Avenir, it is going to prompt you. And there's some... I always forget to do it because I'm so used to just cutting and just going regularly, but let's go to the screen so you can see. And I think this is also what you get on the Luminaire too, but I could be wrong. So this comes up on your screen, and then you have this button right here. See, I don't like that because I want to cut my thread first. So let me see if I can cut my thread. Nope. Oh, it cuts for you. There you go. It does cut for you. So it cuts it for you automatically. I never push that button. Okay, when I go to change, I don't take my hoop completely off because I am lazy. Hang on. So normally what I do is I will just hold this over here on the side. I'm just going to slide it down just enough where it comes off, and I scoot this over just enough where I can get over here. And I'm just going to toss that because, I mean, you could save and reuse those bobbins, but I don't know if you guys remember Nikki Brazel. She was like, those bobbins are cheap and icky. And, you know, if you notice, they'll get like kind of cloudy and splinter. So I believe her. But at the same time, I reused mine for probably, I don't know, like 8 years before I heard her say that. they're kind of, I mean, I didn't, but I would probably have 10 million bobbins if I kept all my bobbins. You could throw them in a bag and just give them to Goodwill or something. You know me. I hate throwing away. Okay, hold that. It's sticky. It's a brother hoop. It's manufactured brother hoop, but it's still sticky. And, okay, I like to, afterwards, I'm going to go back 10 stitches. I do like to overlap. Wait, hang on. Did you see that? So just hit your minus 10. How do you get to the screen if you're not on it? You're going to hit this button right here where you go minus and plus stitches or whole colors. Just touch that and you can choose minus 10. Okay? All right, let's get back to stitching. Looks like I love the progress bar. So you guys see the progress bar right here because it gives you kind of like an idea. And it's 21 minutes of stitching. It looks like a quarter left, so maybe we have 5 minutes. 5 minutes of stitching left to do. When we first start, that's probably one of my first videos ever. we'll see how good it is. Just have low expectations, and then you won't be disappointed. I'm gonna go grab Michelle's design. I just love that little bead stitch. So there's some latency with which Patrick taught me what that means. Because what I'm seeing on the screen right now is me changing the bobbin. But I'm well into it. It feels like it's like 3 minutes behind. So maybe what I'm saying doesn't totally match what you're seeing. I don't know. downtime. We could have done this sewing in between, but I don't know. I was feeling panicked. You guys know me. I was feeling panicked. And I was like, oh my God, I have to have all this done. Guess what? We are done with the embroidery. So I want you to go ahead and heat up your iron. We're going to press it out, but mine looks pretty stinking good. I don't know what to say. Like, it looks awesome. And we have a lot of people that come into the store and they're worried because they're like, I have puckering. And we're like, you need to stabilize it differently. So it's not that something's wrong with your machine. Sometimes you need to, sometimes it's the ingredients that you're putting in. Does that make sense? So I'm going to heat up my iron right now. I'm going to just press this out. I think I just pressed it out with just water on the back. So let's go on over here. I'm going to pop this out of the hoop. And we are going to be switching over to sewing. We're done with embroidery. Oh, that is tight. Huh? And, it's for us, trimming this is going to be a little bit different just because we have all this fabric. She's has that 10 by 13 inch piece, so it'll be a little bit different. But I'm telling you, it's worth it to go ahead and hoop this whole thing. It is worth it. All right. Which stabilizer did I use on this? I used one piece of Cutaway, and then I used Shape Flex SF101 by Pellon fused to the back with my heat press, so it was all perfect. And you're gonna look at this and honestly, there might be the slightest pucker. My recommendation for you now is you're gonna turn it over. We're gonna press it face down into the wool mat. That allows you to push the design in, and then the fabric kind of spreads to get out any other puckers. I don't worry about little puckers because I feel like a combination of moisture and the wool mat gets all of that out. I brought one spray bottle with water in it, so I'm gonna grab that. And I am gonna trim away this Cutaway. Not all of it. Don't ever trim straight to the stitch. When you do, you can get little holes. How do I know that? That's because I did it. I did it, and I was like, oh, I did it. And it could have been that I did it on a knit t-shirt because I was like, I'm going to get rid of all the stabilizer. Just have the stitches. It was a bad idea. Okay. And I don't have anything directional in here, so I'm really not worried about, sometimes I'm very, very specific of what direction I press in or iron. This is ironing. When you move your iron, there's a little. Let's go ahead and trim this. So when you trim it, I'm going to trim it about 1/4 of an inch all the way around. I'm not going to make it perfect. This is just how I did it. You can do it differently, but this is how I did it. And I'm not trimming right to the stitch, and I'm not going to get all the way in there. And I'm going to trim some of this away. And it's not going to be perfect. Don't cut your fabric. If you're like, oh, that feels really thick, don't press down on your scissors. I don't know if you've ever followed through where you're like, oh, that doesn't feel quite right, but I'm still going to follow through and cut. I've done that and oh, it's just maybe you had 2 embroidery designs on top of each other or something. Cut close to the stitch, but not. Like I said, I'm leaving about 1/4 of an inch. This is just what I did to make mine look good. some of you have way more experience than me, and you have a way that you want to do it. I want you to do it like that. We can still have beautiful results and do it differently. So this is what I have right here, where I cut about 1/4 of an inch all the way around. I'm just going to leave it like that. Cutaway stabilizer. I don't use cutaway stabilizer a lot, but when I do, I love it. I'm going to give this another press. Let me just... Isn't it funny how it comes alive? It'll curl when you do that. And you know what? I'm going to switch over here. I'm going to switch over here because that table's not quite as solid as I want it to be. Mahu. I bring a lot of stuff from home. We're going to come over here. How are we doing? How's my view? Not so great. Okay, let me just get situated. Judica, you in your house yet? Where you at? All right, here we go. I'm gonna press. Some of you, it's hard for you not to be able to sew. I always think it's kind of good for you to not be able to sew sometimes, and then you can, I don't know, clean the fridge. No, I'm just kidding. I'm saying that because that's what I need to do. My fridge, oh my God. I want this whole thing to lay flat. If I couldn't sew, you know, I would find something else to keep my hands busy. I would probably do some beading. Okay, I'm going to just try to get this whole thing to lay as flat as possible. All right, we're going to cut it down. Oh, Judica. Oh, Donna, you still have some. Oh, you know what? Okay, a couple of you are still stitching out, and I want to stay together. We're going to take a 5-minute break. I'm going to have some coffee, run around the store. Let's take a short break. I know I can't really pause it, so there's just going to be a little bit of dead time out there. So let's take a little break. And that way you guys can kind of get caught up, okay? But it looks gorgeous. Is that like amazing? So right now it is, thanks for reminding me that some of your machines might not have gone quite as fast as mine. And it's 12:02. We're going to resume at 12:07. Hopefully that'll get you guys closer to being with me. And then, Rochelle, this fabric line it's from Moda, and it's called Florabunda. Floribunda. Florabunda. And it is, yeah. As soon as I saw it, I was like, oh, that's what I'm going to use. I'm going to use that for this project. And I feel like this can head into fall. It could be in the middle of the summer, too. So it's a good one. Florabunda. Okay, 5 minutes. I'll see you at 12:07. I'm just going to leave this just like this, let you get caught up, run to the bathroom, get some coffee, maybe a snack. And I also want you to switch your machine over to sewing. I'll do that on video right now. Because I don't really need a break. Where's my stuff? Because we're going to be sewing. I like my dual feed. I'm good at making a mess. Okay, here we go. I'm going to say, okay, home, sewing. That's going to move my embroidery arm over. Here we go. I'm going to put my foot all the way up. This should never be loose enough for you to undo by hand. I'm going to go ahead and undo that. I just want to cut that thing down with you because it can get confusing. And I am using my digital dual feed foot all the way. This is my baby. I don't know what sole I'm starting out with. I have to read the instructions. You're just going to slide it on from the back, hand tighten, plug it in. Make sure that on your screen, because if you look at your screen, let's go to your screen. It says J foot. As soon as you plug it in, I'm plugging it in right now, switches to DF. So you should see that. I mean, how many times have you watched me do a video where I'm like, oh, this is sewing so poorly. And it's just that I didn't plug it in. I don't know what's wrong with me. Even after all these years, even after like oops, wrong direction. I still forget to plug it in sometimes. So you're going to tighten that up. And that is ready to go, except I could tell that foot wasn't totally on. Okay, go take your break. Rochelle, I wonder if I put I was looking for your, I forgot to ask Lindsay while she was here. I can't remember if I forgot to, if it's actually in the mail already. I think we took pictures of it. And I'll text Lindsay and see if she can text me the pictures, and then I can send that design to you. I don't know why we were having trouble yesterday. So we were trying to send it to you yesterday. I will figure it out. Okay. See you in a minute. Now it's 12:05. You only have 2 more minutes. I'm going to run to the ladies' room. Ladies' room. Ladies' room. Rochelle! I found it, and Graydon's sending it to you right now again, so we'll see if it goes through. Maybe we just had, I don't know what our issue was. We had issues yesterday. Oh my goodness, and I found this. Here's the fabric in more manageable pieces for you to see. how gorgeous they are with the fabric in a more not the whole bolt. This is what you'll get for your applique. The red, the hot pink, and the green. And then you're going to get all of those in the 1-inch strips too. And then here is our fabric that it's going to, oh God. This stuff is like so unbelievable. It's like so beautiful. Let me put the green down first so you can see it. And then there'll be a turquoise as well. And I just love it. You're going to love it. When I stitch it together and show it to you, you're going to be like, even now, if you're like, it's okay. Wait till I show it to you in person. You're going to be like, oh my God, I can't live without that. That is how you're going to feel. All right. Put that away. Oops. We're going to leave this one out. What we're working on. Oh, look. 1210. Wait. How did that happen? 1210? I'm so sorry. Me too. Okay. Am I looking at the right clock? Was I looking at the wrong clock? All right. Let's do this now. We are going to carefully cut this. And let me tidy this up just a little bit. I can't believe it's already 12:10. Okay. Whoop. Camera. Let me get this out of the way. I brought multiple rulers, not knowing what I would need. Put the scissors away. Move the iron, although we're going to be pressing and ironing, so maybe I'll leave that out. The computer. All of this stuff. Coffee. How did I live without coffee? And I'm not even a big coffee drinker. I like just drinking it. The act of drinking it. Patrick's out here. I don't have coffee and I'm fine without it. All right. We are going to go on to prepping this fabric. It is so pretty. Yes, you guys had a little extra bonus. All right. Maybe I can get you more head on. Maybe that'll help a little more. So right here, the directions say, and I'm going to read them twice because I get confused with this. So using a 15-inch square ruler, which I didn't have, so I'm not going to be using that. To trim the embroidered piece 1 3/4 inches below the baseline. So we're going to take our ruler and we're going to put it right on the bottom of these letters. And we're going to cut off 1 3/4 down there. Okay? And how wide did this need to be? Because I'm going to cut off the sides too. I'm going to go 3 inches outside of this. You're going to have plenty of room with that. Let me just confirm that before I tell you that. 3 inches over here and 3 inches over here. And this was 13 inches. You have plenty of room. So I'm just going to start by that just to get this out of the way so I don't have as much fabric. And 3 inches outside should be no problem for you to get rid of that. Okay. 3 inches outside. All right. Now it wants you to go 1 3/4 from the bottom of these letters. So I'm going to go 1 3/4. I'm going to look at my sample too, because remember, I'm going to read this 10 times and I'm going to think I'm doing it wrong, and you guys are doing this with me, so I feel super responsible. But we're going to all look at this together, and it says 1 3/4, and then you can see the line is right at the bottom of the letters. So I'm going to go 1 3/4 right there, right there. Don't worry about this part of the F. Get the 1 3/4 on the bottom of the D and the bottom of the U, or no, what is that? The I. I think that looks good. Okay, I'm going to cut it. So I have my 1 3/4 lined up with the bottom of those letters. Here we go. Commitment. Oh my God, I'm committed. Okay, before I commit, I want to look at it one more time. All right, 1 3/4. Here we go. First cut. Done. Looks like this. And I measured 1 3/4 right from the bottom of these letters. Okay, next thing we're going to do. Now it wants us to measure and cut to trim is parallel to the first cut. The embroidered piece will be approximately 8 3/4 in height. I say just measure 8 3/4 from up here, and you're going to make sure the other line is about 4 inches to the top. So it's 8 from here, from that bottom cut to the very top, is going to be approximately 8 3/4. Oh, my ruler only goes to 8 1/2. I need a bigger ruler. Oh, where's my other one? I brought a big one with me. Where is my 12 1/2? Hang on. Let me grab it. I need a 15. I'm going to buy a 15 by 15. I feel like everyone has to have this ruler in their collection. I love it. It's my 12 1/2 by 24 1/2, and it wants us to have 8 3/4. So I'm going to go 8 3/4 from that bottom line, and then I'm going to look at it, and it should be about 4. It wants it to be parallel. There we go. And it should be about 4 inches. Here's my 4. From the bottom of these letters to the top, but just measure 8 3/4 from this side. 8 3/4 over, confirm you're about 4 inches. Here's my 4-inch mark right on the bottom of the letters here. I'm going to just cut. Okay, this is what we have now. 8 3/4 from the top to the bottom. From here, it was 1 3/4 from here. From the bottom of these letters to the top was 4 inches. Everything's parallel. We're ready to do our next cut. How are you doing? Stitching the loss. I had to change. Oh, yeah, but you saw that, Miss Donna. Just go slow. Read your instructions. With a pencil, draw lines 3/4 inch outside the furthest point of the lettering on each side. You know, I did that, and then I was like, I just cut. But you might want to draw it. Let's just draw it. With a pencil, draw 3/4 inch outside the furthest point of the lettering on each side. So the furthest point is going to be this little curly Q right here. And it wants you to go 3/4 inch. And then you're going to go 3/4 inch over here. And then your piece should measure 11 1/4. The other thing you could do is you could just lay this down on here and just fussy cut it. 11 1/4, half of 11 1/4 is going to be, let me see, here's my 11. I think this is the better way to do it. So just go 11 1/4, and then you're going to center it to what's in here, and 11 1/4. So that would be, like if we were to fold this. Now, we'll just do it like the instructions. I like these. These are Roxanne's quilting pencils. And I'm going to go ahead and let's go. And then we'll confirm it before we cut. So 3/4 inch from this outie part right here, and 3/4 inch from this outie part right here is what we're going to measure. This ruler's a little bit big right now, so let's do this. 3/4 inch. I might do this way. 3/4. Which is my most outie-most point? feel like both this and this are my most outingmost points. So I'm going to go 3/4. So on this, I can see quarter, half an inch, quarter. So 3/4. So I'm putting, it's hard for you to see, but I'm putting this. I'm going to put that there, and then I'm going to make sure the bottom line is on the edge too. So everything's nice and square. Okay, so make sure one of your lines of your ruler is on the bottom cut, and then check your 3/4 of an inch on the side. Okay, that looks good. I'm going to draw a line. Okay, next, it wants us to do a 3/4 of an inch on the other side. I'm just going to turn it. Make sure you have a line on your ruler on that cut on the, well, it's the top, but it's the bottom right now because I swung it around. And then we want the 3/4 on your outermost point, which for me is the orange, my mango smoothie. That looks good. I'm 3/4 of an inch from this right here. I'm going to just go ahead and draw down. That's what I have. Let's measure it. It said it should be about 11 1/4. Make sure you measure from the right side. Can you see that? And it says approximately. Do you see that? I'm about 11 1/4. I'm like a hair under 11 1/4. So that's about 11 1/4. If you're way off, do it again. This is going to get sewn into your side seam. So, but do it again if you're way off. Maybe you bump it out just a little bit. But if you're pretty close, I don't know if you can see that. There's mine. Almost 11 1/4. All right. This is where we're at right now. How are you? How are we doing? Okay, once we have that drawn, that was diagram 13. Position the 1-inch accent strip. They ask us to cut it? Let's hide the furthest point. Ensure the lines are perpendicular. Upper and lower edges parallel to each other. The lines will be approximately. Position the 1-inch accent strip right side down and align with the upper edge. Oh, well, mine's not going to be totally perfect because remember you want it to be 13 inches, right? So I'm going to take my, I'm going to cut this down to 13 inches now because mine's not, because remember we made it a little bit bigger. So if you lay your ruler down where you have 7/8 inch where this is, oops, you're not seeing that. If you lay your ruler down where it's 7/8 inch on this line, and then you have 12 1/8 inch on this side and cut both sides, you're going to have about 13 inches. So I'm going to do that right now. I'm going to cut it down so it'll be a match. Because you want it 13 inches. That was what it asked us to cut it to in the beginning, right? 13 by 10 inches. I'm going to go ahead and cut that. It's just 7/8 inch. Are you guys scared? That's what mine looks like now. All right. Now we want our little pieces. You should have 2 of these. We're going to sew those down. Let's get our instructions. Okay. So trim it all down. So top to bottom should be what? What was that? 8 3/4. Side to side, 13. And then you have these 2 marks. If you're 13 inches, you're 7 1/8 inside of both of those. I'm sorry, 7/8. You're like 1/8 inch shy. How are we doing? I know this part can be a little bit confusing. All right, we're ready. So we are going to position the 1-inch accent strip right side down and aligned with the upper edge and lower edge. Pin and stitch with a 1/2 inch. half inch seam allowance. You're doing half an inch. I'm going to clip. I am not a pinner. I am going to clip it down though, right side down, and then we're going to set our machine up to sew at half an inch. And you know what? Mine might be a little big. So I might have to take off a little bit at the end, and that's okay. Clip it, we're going to sew it. Okay, let's do this side. I'm a right side kind of girl, so a lot of times I'll swing stuff around. Half an inch, half an inch. I personally am a magnetic guide girl, and I didn't bring mine. I'm mad. I think guideline markers are staying on now because they weren't staying on with projection, but I think they are now, so I can use that too. So some of you have that feature on your machine. Let's use it. Okay, there we go. We're clipped. You should be seeing that, right? Let's go to the machine. Let's go to the screen first. We're going to do done. Hang on. Image control, done, and screen. I did bring, okay, I'm a piecer. I'm a Deco Bob piecer all the way. So let me grab that. And some of you are like, what is Deco Bob? So Deco Bob is, and there's other products out there that they make, but Deco Bob is, this is made by Wonderful, and it's an 80 weight thread. And hang on, I'm going to move this over here. My ruler is on this. And I'm just going to sew with my regular bobbin in there. And I know there's a little thickness, but I'm going to go to a 2.0 for my stitch length. And Deco Bob's an 80 weight thread, which is half the weight of what you're normally using. So your seams are half as bulky. So you should give it a try sometime. Like, I just love it. And now when I sew with regular 50 weight or 40 weight thread in my upper, I'm always like, ooh, this feels so bulky and thick. Whereas your seams will lay flatter, and it's a cottonized polyester. So it has the strength of a 40 weight, but the diameter of an 80 weight. So it's strong too. Whoop! Oh, that was a bad idea. Did you see that? That clip was right in the way. All right, we're just going to go ahead. Sew this on at a 1/2 inch. I'm going to use my other foot. Let's use a different sole. I could also just put my quilt bar in there too, because I like to have a physical guide. And we could turn on our guideline markers. Let's do that. So we can do guideline marker. And I'm just going to take that one and let's flip it to the other side. Whoop. Right here. And let's make that go to a 1/2 inch. So if you look at my, I'm going to go ahead and just do, this is left and right. Okay. So I'm going to show you my machine, but I'm going to be hitting the plus. And you can see down here on the bed of the machine, I'm just going to hit my plus until that green line, whoops, way too far over. That's 1/4 inch, that's a 1/2 inch. So So I can run this next to that. Here, we'll do this side. Like run it, so that's just going to be right on the edge. However, I prefer something physical. For me, that just works the best. So I'm going to put a quilt guide in there. And quilt guides are like the easiest things to use. I have one in here. Let's see. This one fit in here. I have the baby lock and the brother ones. That's a brother one. I mean, that's a baby lock one. I can tell because it's too thick to go through there. I didn't bring mine. Here we go. We'll use this. I'm just going to turn off my guidelines. Off. Close, and I'm just going to go ahead and slide this over to a half an inch is right here. I can't see that with my, I'm going to just put my fabric on that half-inch mark. There's a 1/4 inch right here. Let me see if I can zoom in for you. Okay, I know you don't have a full-on front view. How's that? So that's a 1/4 inch. This right here is half an inch, right before the 5/8 inch. And I'm just looking at the numbers that are on my needle plate right here. And I'm going to take my guideline. Oh, he's not going to work with that foot. I need my other. I need the big ones. I need the big ones. Or else I have to put my regular foot on. Oh, this looks right? See how this one sticks out? It comes all the way out. And this one just is right next to it. Big. Oh, maybe this one will work. I think oh, here we go. There we go. Okay. Sorry. If you're just using your regular sewing machine, then you would use this if you're not using the dual feed foot. This one is not going to work with the dual feed foot. Here's my... Okay. I can guide it right next to that, and that should be half an inch. Okay, is that going to be half an inch? All right, I'm good. And I need center needle position, so I just switched it to stitch 103. And I think we're good. Okay, sorry that took so much time to set up. Where's my foot control? I am not a start-stop person. Start-stop to me is scary because I am usually way off the fabric before I realize I have to hit the stop button. Let me grab a foot control and plug that in. If ever you want a great foot control, it's dirty. It's dirty. But this was the Elissimo one. And I love this one. Oh, you can't even see it. See right here? That's the Elissimo one. I like it. It's got like a retractable cord, and we have a couple of these that we use in the store. We just take them from machine to machine. So I'm going to plug that in. All right. Finally. I'm finally ready. How are you guys doing? How's your view? Hang on. Sorry. There you go. And I'm just using my regular bobbin in there. I am going to do a little back stitch. And you could set it up with a locking stitch if you want. And I'm going to take my time too. I'm not going to rush. So this should leave you, whoop, Hang on. Sorry, you're going to get the side view, so this isn't in my way when I'm sewing. Let me read my instructions one more time. It did say 1/2 inch, right? Don't want to lead you astray. So, pin and stitch with a 1/2 inch seam allowance. And press the seam as sewn, and then press the accent strip away from the embroidered piece. So we're going to give it 2 presses once we're done with sewing it on. Take your time. This is not your time to rush. For me, I just like having something physical that I can just run this next to. You could use also seam tape if you want, like whatever you want to do. Make sure that is lined up. There's all different ways to get your perfect 1/2 inch seam allowance. I'm just going to run it right off. Okay, that one is done. Let's do the other side. So you have about 1/2 inch. We're going to fold that up when we're... All right, let's do the next one. And I'm not even looking here, I'm looking right here, right at where the seam guide is and the fabric is, and making sure that's staying lined up. Ooh. And I was sewing it at 2.0, so I'm just going right off, and I'm not going to worry about that, I'm not going to worry about that, what's the word I'm looking for? Oh, that locking stitch right at the end, because I have a nice tight stitch. Okay, that's our next step. So now we're going to, first of all, we're going to press this seam as sewn, and then we're going to press the accent strip away from the embroidered piece. So let me make a little room right here. Do some easy pressing. I'm a best press kind of girl. Heat up your iron. Oop. Oh. Here we go. I know you're not head on, but I think you'll be okay. All right, iron's heating up. I'm going to grab this piece. We're going to just press it as it is just to relax it. And then I'm going to grab my best press. I keep my best press in my iron meat. Woo, woo. That almost went off. Stepped on the cord. This is how I can see what you're seeing. So I'm just going to... give it just another minute. Okay, so we'll press that, and then we're going to position, then we're going to put the upper and the lower border pieces on. Relax him. I'm going to go ahead and give it just a little finger press. I really like the way she puts stuff together. I really, really like it. So don't worry if you have like a little corner that didn't go all the way like when you came off, because you're going to do another 1/4 inch seam allowance. Just make sure it's pressed really well. You know what? My chat has not updated. So I'm going to try and update that really quickly and see what's going on in here. Hang on. I have not been checking, you guys. Oh, you guys have written a lot in there. Okay, let me see if I missed anything. I will be replaying this part. I know it can get confusing. I am lost. Okay, so what are you lost on? So, and if you do have to re-watch it, just re-watch it. But I just did everything with the instructions. So the first part I did is I measured 1/3, 1 3/4 inch down from the bottom of these letters. And you're going to refer to your instructions, like the pictures. Have those help you. So here you can see the bottom of the letters and 1 3/4 inches down, and I just cut. I didn't do this 4-inch part because the instructions here said approximately 8 3/4. So I just measured from where that cut was, and I measured up 8 3/4, and I cut. So don't worry about the 4. Just make sure, I mean, visually, that it's about 4 inches. Mine was. So I met, like, my 4-inch mark was right here. But I really just did this. I went 8 3/4 from the very bottom up, and I cut. But before I cut, I did go, is it 4 inches from here to here? It was. Then it wants you to draw on your pencil marks. So you see my pencil marks right here. You got to just read the instructions. It says, with a pencil, draw lines 3/4 of an inch outside the furthest point of the lettering. On this side, it was this part right here. So this line right here is 3/4 of an inch from the furthest part of the lettering. I just drew a line. I flipped it over. It says it's 3/4 of an inch. So I really want you to read, look at the picture, and follow the video. And if you have to do it later, that's okay too. But you're going to go 3/4 of an inch. And on this one, 3/4 of an inch, this was the furthest outie point. I just measured 3/4 of an inch, drew a pencil mark. Just like what is here. Then it wants you to sew on the little strip. So I just sewed on the strip. It said with a 1/2 inch. Sewed it on, pressed it, folded it up. And this is where we're at right now. I know this is this between reading, looking at the picture, and watching the video, you should be able to figure this out. But like that's why I know. I thought I was taking it slow because I've been reading it over and just making sure everything looked good. So now where we're at is we are right here. This part of the instructions. Position the 3.5 inch upper and 4.5 inch lower border pieces right side down and align with the upper and lower edges. So now we're going to put on the top and the bottom. So let's grab your pieces. You should have 2 pieces. One's a little bit skinnier than the other. Where did I put my pieces? Here they are. Okay. Here's more hoopla. We learned. Oh, God. Okay. It's okay. It's okay. I gotta just not. I unplugged it because I stepped on the cord. All right. Clips. Clips. Here we go. So now you're going to grab, these should be pre-cut. That is you've got one that's skinnier than the other. Skinnier is the one that goes on the top. Yikes! There's so many cords here. Like if you could see, it looks like a death trap. Okay. I want to look and make sure you have everything. You can see the view. We are going to do this one on the top, and you can kind of fussy arrange it. Like look at it and go, okay, I like the way that looks, or I rather have that up on the top. And I think I'm going to do this one like this on the bottom part because I like the way that looks. And on the top, I think I like it like this. So I'm going to arrange it like this. You're just going to put it right side down. We're going to clip and sew it on, and we're going to put this one right side down, and we're going to clip and sew it on. So let's go ahead and do that. Sylvia. Oh, yeah, I can't get anything done with the dog on my lap. Poppy is like, Patrick, okay. When Patrick's home, Patrick does work sometimes, but a lot of times he does not. But he was doing a lot of work for the brother's sale. And I talked to him a couple times, and he was like, Poppy, how am I going to get my work done with you on my lap? And I'm like, that's the story of my life. Yesterday, I was trying to do work, and she will, like, step on my computer, my laptop, and then, like, hit it and jump on it. Like, she knows exactly what she's doing. And then what can you do? You can't kick them off when they want to lay on your lap and give you love. Or in my case, they want belly rubs and all your attention. And we're gone for the day, so then I feel guilty. Here we go. We're clipping this on. The markings can be confusing. I totally get it. Take it slow. Read it twice before you cut. And ours was a little different because we started with that big piece, but that big piece was worth it. You needed that big piece to cut it down. I guess, was that the confusing part because it's not in your instructions? When I cut it down, yeah, maybe that was the confusing part. I cut it 7/8 inch, 7/8 of an inch from this line. And then I cut this one 7/8 inch from that line. That was that the confusing part? Here, let me show you. You know. So this one, 7/8 inch. And then I cut it outside of that line. Because that made it 13. That was the original size that it was supposed to be. It was supposed to be 13 inches by 10 inches. But yeah, you don't float it. Don't float it. You're going to have to, that's the part you're going to have to suffer through, is that you're going to have to cut it down to 13 inches yourself. But it's way better to do it that way than having to start with that piece and floating it. For me. And maybe if I had fusible tearaway, then it would have been piece of cake, easy peasy. But I didn't have any. Alrighty. We're sewed down. Now we're clipped. Now we're gonna sew it down. Guess what? I'm pretty sure this is gonna be our 1/4 inch. So position, pin in place, turn the projector reverse side up, turn the projector, turn the project reverse side up and stitch a 1/4 inch above and below the accent strip. So we're going to take this, we're going to sew on this side, and we're going to do a 1/4 inch seam allowance. And then after we do the 1/4 inch seam allowance, I didn't do the contrasting thread. Don't worry about that. Press the seams as sewn and then press the border pieces away from the embroidered project. So she did want you to do a, a contrasting bobbin. I didn't do that. We're going to be fine. So I'm going to go ahead and let's go back over to the machine. Here we go. Maybe we can get more in front. Is that a better view for you? I'm still going to leave it at 2.0. I know it's tight, but we're going to leave it there. Whoops. Let's see. Do you guys have any questions? Problem is that since I didn't print the instructions, I can't read them while I am watching you. Okay. That's okay. Print them out. And then you can just do this later too. Print them out. Go slow. Take your time. Go slow, take your time. And there's nothing wrong with watching first. So I'm going to lay this down. Go slow, take your time, print out your instructions. Always have your instructions printed out. Or on your computer, whichever one you want to do. Okay, I'm going to do 1/4 inch. When you're not using the quilt guide, you can just swing them up and out of the way. I'm going to put on my 1/4 inch sole. My baby. I love my 1/4 inch. If I can find it, here we go. Yeah, I'm telling you, when I did this, I filmed everything and I never posted it because there was a lot of me stopping and pausing and going, I'm confused. So I totally get it. Just watch the video with the instructions. Take your time. Here we go. 1/4 inch. And I'm going to do a little locking stitch right here at the beginning. And it's just going to be a little 1/4 inch, is that? Little 1/4 inch border that you're going to be seeing. Take your time, go slow. You want it to be pretty precise. You don't want this to be all over the place. I think if there's anything that's confusing on this, because all the instructions are there, it's just going to be that one part where I cut it down to 13 inches, left and right. Because that's not in there. And I just used my brain to figure that out. I was like, okay, how much do I need to have on either side? And it was 7/8 inch. And if you want to do a little locking stitch, you can. Okay, one side is done. We're going to do the next side. Then we're going to press, and then we'll press those layers up. Make sure none of these corners are folded back on you. It's laying nice and flat. And let's go ahead and do the other side. Gonna take my time. Go nice and slow. Yeah, you're going to have that one modification cutting it down to 13 inches. The width of it from side to side. Are you like, wow, she sews really slowly? I do sometimes. Sometimes I do sew really, really slowly. Okay, we're going to press this. We're going to press it just the way it is first. Here we go. And then we're going to press those, the top and the bottom, up and down. So just press it just the way it is. We're going to go ahead and press that up. Look at that sweet little strip. Should just be about 1/4 inch. I am going to give this a little shot of spray. That is Best Press in there. I'm going to go ahead and finger press this up. Don't want that to fall on the ground. Good. All right. This is what we have now. Oh, you thought that part was confusing. Wait till we trim this. Wait till we trim this down. Okay, here we go. Let me go ahead and let's look at our instructions. So this is what we have right now. I'm gonna move this out of the way. Okay, any questions? Your printer is dead. That's okay if your printer's dead. Don't worry about it. Just bring it up on your computer. You're gonna have to look at the instructions. These are I'm telling you, they're a little bit confusing, but hopefully you can either print it out later or have it on your computer and watch the video. You might have to have 2 devices. So here we go. So we have done this. This is the step we just did. Diagram number 17 is what we just did. So that was press the seams as sewn, then press the border pieces away from the embroidered portion. And this is what you're going to have. It's going to look like this. It's going to look like this. And turn to the next page. Okay, before proceeding, take another look at the back of the embroidered portion. Here we go. Here's the back. Make sure there aren't any dark threads traveling that might show through. So I don't have anything, but make sure, and you know, I do have this. We don't want that. So let's go ahead and cut that off. You need my little snips. Where are you? Oh my goodness. I'm trying to not pull down a camera or trip on a cord. Okay. Whoop. So these, you don't want these to show through, so you don't want those to pull down. So I'm just going to go ahead and cut those off. Anything that might show through on our light background. I think we're good. This is the only thing I have. Some of these green pieces frayed. That's okay. That's like such good advice, right? Because let's say you're doing something and you have black. Like you don't want that all, because you know how it is. Your eye goes to that stuff, especially when it's yours. It's not always when your friend does a project, but when it's your project, you're looking for it. You're like, oh, look at that. So just go ahead and get rid of anything that might shadow through. Okay. Next step. So we got rid of all of those dark threads, anything that might show through. And lay the fleece out. Fusible side up. Center the wall hanging on the fleece. So let's grab your fusible fleece. You should have a piece that is 13 inches by 16 inches. When somebody asked earlier, I was like, oh my God, did I put batting in? Did I layer it? I honestly could not remember for the life of me. So it wants you to put the fusible side up. Here's my fusible side up. And then it wants you to center the wall hanging on the fleece. Mist the wall hanging with water. Cover the iron with a Teflon shield or lay a pressing cloth over the wall hanging and press to fuse. All right. We're going to center this over it. We're going to mist to fuse. Let's go ahead and mist it. I do have water. Let me get my one that has water. And it says to do a Teflon sheet. Hopefully I can find the Teflon sheet. And my iron. Let's get that iron nice and hot. Teflon sheet. I like the Goddess pressing sheet. It's my favorite. It is, some Teflon sheets are really thick. This one is not as thick, I feel like, as the other ones. So we're going to go ahead and lay this down. Whoop! Try to move the whole thing and move just the top. Center it. Should be pretty much that size, the 16. I want to go without. I'm going to look at the bottom of my iron. It looks pretty clean. I'm going without, I know. So let's press the center. And then we'll work our way out. How are we doing? I want to make sure it's pressed down really well because then we're going to have to do our trimming. Yes. And guess what? This part's confusing too. It just is. But it's not that bad. If you look at your pictures from your instructions that you're going to print later or that you're going to be looking at on your computer. Okay, here we go. That is pressed down. So, I'm trying to think of what you can see right here. Let me look at I didn't even use my Teflon sheet. But, I mean, we're getting to the end of this. Just make sure your Teflon sheet is nice and clean. All right, I want to see what you see. I want to see what you see so I could maybe zoom it in for you. Here we go. All right, we laid the fuse out. Fuse the optional decor bond. If you want to put your decor bond down, you're going to put that down now. I did not use it. I felt like it hung beautifully. Lay the back out wrong side up and center the fleece backed wall hanging on the backing. Pin around the perimeter. I'm not going to pin, I'm going to clip, but I'm going to get my backing piece right now. Again, your backing piece should be 13 inches by 16 inches. Here we go. Let me give it a little press. Ta-da! Your backing piece should be your sunflower unless you are keeping that, because seriously, you can make another one of these. What you really need is you just need that focal piece just for the top and the bottom. That's it. You could use anything on the back. So if you love this project and you want to do it again, you want to make 2 of them. All right, I'm going to put this side up and I'm going to center this to it. And now it wants you to clip. Let's look. Okay, that looks good. I'm centered. Spread it out. It's a little piece. I'm just going to clip around the outside. We don't have much to go. I'm a clipper, not a pinner. Yeah. All right. Here we go. So we just did lay the backing out wrong side up, center the fleece backed wall hanging. I thought it was helpful to flip it back over so you could see if there was fusible fleece hanging out of the edges, and I repositioned it a little bit, and it said pin around the perimeter. I clipped around the perimeter. Now we're going to make the chevron. This might be the confusing part, but it's not going to be that bad. Don't worry about it. You're going to make a chevron at the lower edge by measuring 3 inches down from the upper edge of the accent piece. The upper edge. This is when you're really going to be dependent on the pictures. Okay? Am I holding it in the right spot? The upper edge is going to be the top of our little green strip, and we're going to measure down 3 inches on either side. All right? So let's go ahead and do that. I'm going to flip it over. This is the upper edge right here. Right here. where my fingernail is, the upper edge of that strip, not the lower edge, the upper edge. We're going to measure 3 inches down. So let me get my ruler, and you can do it in anything. I'm going to use a red pen because it's going to get sewn into the seam allowance. I'm going to just flatten this out too. Okay, hang on, I'm moving this out of the way. I am like struggling to get around this camera. I brought a red pen with me so you could see this. How are we doing? I'm ironing me. It is so, I know, isn't it so pretty? This is my upper edge. We are going to measure 3 inches down. So here's my 3 inch. Can you guys see that? Move this down here. To here. I know, I just did a little more in ink. I did that, that's permanent ink. I'm gonna do the other side. So I'm gonna just take 3 inch on the top of the little green strip or whatever you guys are using down to here. That's 3 inches. All right. Now we have to mark the center because then we're going to match it and cut, and that's how you create your chevron. All right. So let's read the instructions. So the instructions say, so I just did this and I measured down. Here's the picture. So the picture is right here, measuring down, and then let's read the spoken word too. 3 inches down from the upper edge of the accent strip and making a mark on each side. Find the bottom center of the lower border and make a mark. 4.5 to a 1/2 inch down from the upper edge of the accent strip. Okay, so now we want to go, it says 4.5 to 4 1/4. I'm just going to go 4.5 so that it has a nice little peak. Or you could go right in the middle. So we want to find the middle. And mine's 13 inches, so it's just going to be 6.5. Because this whole thing, how far down is it? Can you guys see that? Nope. From this top piece, it is, I'm about 4 3/4. So I'm just going to draw a mark right down at the very bottom. We know we have 13 inches across. So 1/2 of 13 is 6.5. So I'm going to just put a mark here at 6.5. And then we're going to cut to, it wants us to go down to 4.5. And it's up to you. From this top part right here down to here, it wants you to measure between 4 1/4 or 4.5. So you just decide. Here's my 4.5. You know what? I'm going to go right in the middle. So I'm going to do 4 1 2 3/8. Don't be confused. You just choose. You choose. Go 4 1/4, go 4.5, go in between, which is what I did. All right. We're going to look at our instructions again because we're going to cut. Instructions. So now it wants you to make the chevron down from the upper edge. Draw a line to connect the side marks with the bottom center. I think I'm just going to cut. I think I just cut it. Extend the lines drawn on either side of the embroidered portion. So let's do that first because I think we're just going to cut. So why draw and cut? But I'm going to look here first before I have you do that. Extend the lines drawn on either side of the embroidered. Let's draw the lines just to be on the safe side. Here, I'm going to do this one first. And I'm just going to do in pen because it's going to get covered over. And here's my mark. Mine's not going all the way down to the bottom. I did 4 3/8. I'm going to draw over to this line. If you're scared, use a friction pen, something that's going to disappear. And I just drew my line, although you can't see it right there. I want it so you can see it. Okay, next one. Draw it from here to here. Of course, it's not showing. Whereas I have like really good pens that I opened here. They're are they I can't forget the brand of them, but they're the other friction pens. I'll just use this, see if this will show. There we go. All right, there's my chevron. We're just taking our time. Taking our time. Don't be stressed out, I know. All right. So we just did that. We extended, okay. So we just connected the side marks with the bottom mark. And we just drew this, side mark with the bottom mark. All right, next step it wants you to do. It wants you to extend the lines drawn on either side of the embroidery portion into both the upper and lower borders. So now it wants us to extend the line, draw a line on the upper border 3 inches up from the lower border. Okay, here we go. So we're going to extend our line. Are we extending it in or out? Extend the line drawn on either side of the embroidered portion. This is your line on the embroidered portion. This line. And it wants you to extend the line drawn on either side of the embroidered portion into both the upper and lower borders. Okay, so it just wants us to make those longer. So this line right here, once you extend it up into this part and down. So we're going to do that. And this is I am using a Roxanne pen, which disappears, and I don't know if it's with water or what it is, but it will disappear. So we're going to extend that line, top and bottom. It's under here. I get this out of my way so I can extend it. And I'm going to choose a line here on my ruler that's going to line up with the very top. Move that over the slightest bit. So you're going to extend it on the top. You're going to extend it on the bottom. Again, I'm going to choose this line here to line up with the bottom of my project so everything is nice and squared up. Okay, so I extended it up and down. Let's do the other side. Same thing. We're going to extend it. Let me put these clips back in. And if you're confused, it's okay. That's confusing. Just go slow, read the instructions, look at the picture. Okay, so I just extended that line, and now I'm going to extend this bottom one. Square it. Okay. Lines extended. So I just drew these lines in right here. Up here, up here, up here, up here. Okay, what does it say next? Extend the lines drawn on either side of the embroidery into both the upper and lower borders. Draw a line on the upper border 3 inches up from the lower edge of the accent strip. Okay, what's a line 3 inches up?
Chicken salad, no onions.
No onions, please. 3 inches up. Let's look at our picture. So it's going to show you where it wants it. So there's the 3 inches. So we're going to go from the lower part of the green and we're going to do a line 3 inches up. Let's just read that one more time and make sure I have it. There we go. So we're going to go 3 inches up. All of these clips get in the way. Here's my 3 inch. Do you see it? And I'm going to put it on the, now I have to take all these out. Now I'm going to do another line on the top. So my 3 inch mark is on the bottom of the green. And I'll show that to you. So I just did this mark. Let me zoom in for you. Here's my pencil mark right here. And from this bottom to that is 3 inches. Do you see 3 inches to there? All right. Now we got that mark. Okay. So draw a line on the upper border 3 inches up from the lower edge of the upper accent using a walking foot to baste a scant 1/4 inch inside the chevron and the lines drawn around the perimeter of the wall hanging. So now we're going to go ahead and we are going to sew a 1/4 inch inside this line that we have drawn. So here's our line. Hopefully you can see it. We're going to sew in it a 1/4 inch inside all of those drawn lines. So I'm going to go ahead and reclip. Let's get our foot on and we're going to sew a 1/4 inch inside. Once you do this once, it'll get a lot easier. You will question yourself and go, am I doing this right? Here we go. Back to the machine. I'm going to do done with that. Let's come over here. I'm going to tidy up the tiniest bit. Let's get this stuff out of the way. Keep your instructions nearby. I noticed that has texture to it. Is that gold fabric a grunge or something? That gold fabric, if you've never used chalk and charcoal, oh, it's one of my favorite blenders. I love, I mean, I have my favorites. I absolutely love grunge. I think that's my favorite. And then after that, I love Spotted Zen. And I love, 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 love. Wait, are you guys seeing this? Yeah. I love, 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 love chalk and charcoal. So here, I'm going to show it to you up close and personal. But it's kind of looks like textured, but I mean, it's just cotton fabric. I don't know if that's even zooming in or if it's blurry. So great. Okay, any questions? Just go nice and slow. Okay, we're doing a scant 1/4 inch and we are sewing on top of the fabric. So maybe not the best time to use your 1/4 inch foot. Right here, you could use it as a guide. You just don't want to use it where it's gonna get caught on stuff. So a lot of times maybe I might use maybe my open toe foot, or I could use this foot because you have markings on here. On this, oh wait, I'm not even showing you the right thing. This foot has, right here is where your needle would go. That line right there is a 1/4 inch. We could use that. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and sew this. And a scant 1/4 inch, which means not quite a 1/4 inch. So we want to take our needle drop and we want to move it to the right. So to move your needle drop to the right, you are going to go to your screen here and you have an LR shift. And your LR shift, if you hit the up button, it will move your needle to the right. If you hit the down button, let's see if you can see that. If you hit the down button, it's going to move your needle to the left. We want to move our needle to the right, making our seam allowance a little bit smaller if we're measuring it away from that flange. So I'm just going to do 3. And it's so small. That was 3/4 of a, let's do one more. That is 1 millimeter. That's how we moved it over. It's like so little and small. But that'll be enough for when we do our, when we put our binding on to pull it over where it'll get covered. And I think that's why we're doing it. So let's go ahead. Our layers are together. I'm just going to start sewing. And here's my flange. I'm just going to make sure that flange stays on the lines that we've just drawn. Take your time. Go ahead. You can lock that stitch if you want. We're just basting everything together. You can go. My stitch length's at 2.5. I'm just going to leave it at that. And I'm just looking right here at this flange. How are we doing? Anyone have any questions? Yeah, I'm sorry if I lost some of you. I didn't have the chat up and I didn't know anyone was lost. So you will have the video. And I'm just sewing right on that drawn line that we drew. Okay, we're going to pivot here because here's my red line for the chevron. So you're going to go ahead and pivot. How's your view? You guys have an okay view? And if you look at the markings on your foot, I don't know if you can see this. You can use those markings on your foot. They actually mean something. But you have this red line here. This is 1/4 inch. So when you get to this red line, when this fabric or the edge of your fabric gets there, that's when you're supposed to pivot for your 1/4 inch. I do have my machine set up right now with my auto lift on. So right here, I have that auto lift. So when I get there, it's going to automatically lift my foot so I can pivot without having to lift my foot myself. Okay, I'm going to pivot. Whoop, I went a little too far in, but that's okay. Okay, here we go again. Just keeping that flange right on that drawn line. We're going to have to pivot here. Oh, you know what I don't like? Look at that. I do not have, this is not down all the way. I'm going to rip out those stitches really fast. I'm going to redo this bottom part. That was not pulled taut. I should have checked that. Hang on. It's okay. Sometimes these things happen. I'm going to pull up the fabric in between my layers. Oh shoot, here, we're going to pull it here. I don't know if you guys can see this, but I'm just going to go ahead and pull back. The other thing that's so great, oh, is it back here? If you've never used, I was using it in my other class. If you've never used the electric seam ripper, whoop, where are you? Where is that electric? That's really the tool for the job right now. Darn it. Hey, Lori, will you see if my electric seam rippers down at the other end, like over by Michelle.
What do you need?
The little purple electric seam ripper. We have like a Galaxy electric seam ripper. That is what you should use right now, but I don't know where mine is. You know. Okay, we'll just use this instead. Because that one, you just kind of touch it to it. I like this too. Because you don't have to be as precise. I don't know if you can see with my hand in the way, but I put my hand here and I'll rest it here and just... I was demoing it. I think I demoed it in my last... Is my hand totally... My hand's totally in the way.
Already opened, or did you want the box one?
No, we had an open one.
You did?
If you can't find it, it's okay.
Okay, I have
Don't
a
worry.
box one.
No, it's all right.
Okay.
I'm good.
I'll go look more.
No, don't worry about it. We're good. I just like these. This is like the Kai seam ripper because you don't have to be as precise. And then I will do a much better job making sure that I am not having puckering. If you want to spray baste it, you could spray baste it too. Okay, we're fixed. Let me go ahead and we're going to sew. Okay, there we go. And this is going to get, this is going to have binding around it, so I'm not going to worry about it too much. Oop. And I'm overshooting it a little bit. I'm just gonna try and make sure everything is laying nice and flat. Okay, up this side. Just check and make sure that you're not getting any puckers. And down this side, and we are done. Okay, that's just a basting stitch. I'm not doing back stitching. It should be fine. Okay, look at us. We are almost there. Next step. Tidy up, Jeannie. Let's not make a mess. So it says, here are instructions. We extended those lines. We did with a walking foot. We based a scant 1/4 inch inside the chevron and the lines drawn around the perimeter. Now we're going to trim the perimeter of the wall hanging on the drawn lines. So we'll go ahead and trim that. And then we're going to turn the wall, the hanging wrong side up and pin it. I love the way she does the hanging sleeve. I got to tell you, I absolutely love that. So we're going to go ahead and trim this. You will not believe what a mess I've made. See? Look at it. And this is like on every single table. I'm going to just throw this stuff away. Although I'm sure I could use it for something, but what? That's why we're going to just throw it away. Okay. We're going to trim this on the line. You know, it doesn't say to spray baste, and I didn't, but I think I would spray baste it. Okay, here we go. I'm going to trim it this way because I'm scared that I'm not going to be seeing something. Oh, this line is much darker. Here we go. Can you guys see all of that? There we go. Better. So trim on the line that was drawn. Commitment. There we go. All right, we are trimmed down. Looking good. We are almost there. All right, you need your hanging sleeve. So go ahead and take this. How are we doing? And if you're just watching at this point, that's okay too. We're going to take this and turn it to the wrong side. So, and yours will probably have the sunflower fabric there if you're using that for the back as well. But right here, it is going to tell us to, let me go here to image. Control. Where are we at? Extend the lines. Turn the hanging wrong side up. Position the hanging sleeve with the right side down. So this is going to go right side down like this, smaller end on the top. We're going to put it right side down. Short edge of the sleeve aligns with the top edge of the hanging, and the sleeve is centered across the width of the hanging. Pin the four corners of the sleeve. And I think I actually, when I did it, I think I used tape. So what I'm going to do is I am going to go ahead and take this, and I'm just going to fold it in half so I can get the center. I guess I could measure too, but there's my center right there. And then I'm going to fold this in half and get my center. We want it right side down, so I'm going to get my center here. And I'm just going to lay this down right like that. And I'm pretty sure that I was like, oh, I don't want to tape this. I mean, I didn't want to pin. Or did I pin? I might have pinned. So we're going to lay that down so that the top edge aligns with the top, and we're going to pin the four corners of the sleeve, and then we're going to turn it to the right side and we're going to sew. So I'm just going to use some transport tape because transport tape is nice and sticky, and I opened a new thing of it. Where is it? And I'm going to just tape down all the four corners. And we'll peel this off. This has something fuzzy on it. Don't freak out. I know it has some like brown little fuzzy things. I love transport tape. It's medical tape, but it's just nice and sticky. So I'm just putting it down like that. And now what we're going to do, I'm going to read the instructions first, and then we're going to do it. So, hanging sleeve pin. Turn the hanging right side up and using a walking foot to edge stitch the upper and lower border fabric adjacent to the accent strip. So we're going to stitch in the ditch, basically. And we're going to stitch in the ditch on the top part. We're going to stitch in the ditch right here, right at the bottom of the accent piece and the top of the accent piece. Let me read that one more time and just make sure. Turn and walking foot to edge stitch the upper and lower border adjacent to the accent strip. And then we're going to fold the hanging sleeve up to align both raw edges. Okay, I like to use my monopoly. So let me grab my monopoly. I'm not really worried about what's in the bobbin. Let's come on over here. Monopoly. Monopoly. And I'm going to put on my stitch in the ditch foot. Stitch in the ditch. Where are my bag of feet? Here they are. All right. Here's my stitch in the ditch sole. I'm going to use that. Pop this off. You just push down on it. And then I like to, what is this? Something, oh, nothing. I'm going to push up. Let's put that one away. You know, I got to refresh because live chat, let me go. And let me go. Live chat. Let's make sure I haven't missed anything. And there's two different monopolys. They make a clear and they make a smoke. And I stitch in the ditch with monopoly all the time. And what's so great about monopoly is it's like fishing line. And so it's very forgiving. Because stitching in the ditch is one of the most difficult things you can do. But monopoly makes it so if you come out of the ditch, you don't really see it. So if you're leaning on the darker colors, you're going to use this smoke, which is this kind of like dark brown. And if you're leaning on the lighter colors, then you're going to go clear. So I'm gonna go clear. It says instructions say not to use your threader, but I use my threader every time. There, you heard it. Sometimes it doesn't work. I'd say it works 95% of the time, but every once in a while it does not thread, and I have had to hand thread it before. Keep your fingers crossed. That didn't work. What? All right, I'll just thread it. It's hard to see because it's clear and it is little, and my eyes don't work great anymore. You know what? I'm going to go thread her one more time. Oh, didn't work again. All right. All right. Give it a couple goes. I'm going to take this off so I can get closer. And if you can't get it to thread with your needle threader, just go manual. Okay. Make sure it doesn't wrap around. It is fine and clear. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and I'm just leaving my regular bobbin in there. And I am going to go ahead and stitch in the ditch, and I'm going to go the upper part, the inside. I am going to go a little back stitch, and your eye is staying on the flange and making sure that flange stays bedded down in that seam. And you're going to feel magical. You're going to be like, oh my God, did I really just do that? I feel like I'm one stitch to the right. So I'm going to, oh, you know why? I didn't move my needle position back. There we go. Remember how I made it a scant? I was like, I feel like I'm one stitch over on my fabric, and I was 1 millimeter over. But I'm not going to rip it out because it's monopoly and you're not going to really see it. Here, I'm going to show you. So here is my stitch in the ditch. And I was one stitch over here, but it was clear so you don't see it. Can you see that? Okay, going to do the other side. little pucker here. Okay. And what's so great is the way that this is sewn down. Now we're going to fold it up. And it's held down there. So I love this part, like how she puts the sleeve on. All right, let's go back over here, see what we got to do. So now it says, where are we? Done. Accent strip we just did. And here it shows you the picture. And then here are the written directions. Now it says fold the hanging sleeve up to align both raw edges. There will be a bit of slack to accommodate a hanging dowel pin in place. So we're going to just take this off. We're going to fold it up. And you can clip it if you want. And you're going to see there's a little bit of slack here for your dowel. You don't want it super tight. So there's a little bit of slack. We're going to put it at the top, and I'm just going to go ahead and clip. And there'll be a little bit of room in here. Okay, just a little bit. Now, bind the wall hanging. Use your favorite technique or refer to the PDF. We're going to bind it, and then guess what? We're going to sew on the flowers. So I'm going to get my binding strips. Let me throw this away. Here's my binding strips. We're going to go ahead and bind around the whole thing. I'm going to start, I'm going to do it on the back, so I pull it to the front. And I like to start in the lower right-hand corner. And I'm going to look at mine to make sure that it looks good. Because I pieced mine. Like, I really used the very last bit of it. Okay, to the machine. I was trying to get every last kit I could out of this because I had so many people who were like, can you make me one kit? I'm taking my monopoly out. How are we doing? Any questions? And I'm going to put my Deco Bob back in. Here we go. I'm going to leave, I'm going to put my 1/4 inch foot on. Where am I? Here we go. Quarter inch sole. And literally, I almost always sew with my walking foot on. Every once in a while, I'll use the regular ankle. And when I say the ankle, I'll use this. When there's a specialty foot that I want to use that doesn't fit. Okay. I have some pieced biddies. And I'm going to make sure that that is on top so that when I fold it over, it's going to be encased. I'm going to start on the back side, and like I said, I like to start about maybe 1/3 of the way down. I'm going to look at my binding strip, and we're going to do some, maybe I'll start up here. So we can do the regular corners first, and then you'll see how we do the other corners. Ooh, I do have a little overhang that I'm going to snip off. Like this right here. I don't want that. Well, I should get regular scissors. I probably should have squared it up totally, but I didn't. I'm just going to do it right now. Okay, everything else looks perfect. I'm going to start here in the upper right hand corner in the back with my binding strip. I'm going to use the pieced one first. Here we go. All right. I'm going to leave a little bit, about 8 inches, so I can do my join. And I'm going to make sure I'm at a full 1/4 inch because I wanted to encase the stitching that we did. That was the basting stitching. And let's go ahead and sew it on. So I like to sew mine where I'm going to kind of fold this back. And I'm going to sew right to that folded line. Sometimes I'll draw it in so I can see it better too. So if you want to do that, you can. Sometimes I'll go like this, and that way I know where to stop with my needle. And I do sew into my corner. Whoop! Oh, that was too far. That was 1 stitch too far. It should be okay. I have the auto pivot on, and I'll sew right off the corner, and sometimes I'll undersew that, like not right into the corner. I'm going to fold back to the right. Some people turn it and then they do their folding, but I like to fold back to the right, back to the left to make that really nice corner, and then I turn. Some people turn and then they do it. So they do fold to the top, down to the bottom. All right, here we go. And I recommend when you're sewing your binding on, just to give it a little, don't pull it super tight, but just make it a little taut so that you don't get ripples. Sometimes you'll get ripples if you don't have it nice and taut. Okay, I'm going to fold this so I can have a little crease and draw a little line. So where I know where to stop my needle. And I'm looking for that. Okay. I have my auto lift on, and just take this and turn it and sew off. I'm not seeing any comments, so I don't know if you guys are good or what's going on. So just if you need anything, let me know. Okay, I'm going to fold to the right, to the left. Make that nice corner. Then we're going to do the non-right angles down at the bottom. Okay. Make sure your binding is taut. Don't pull it so much that you're stretching it. But you want it to be taut so you don't have those ripples in your quilt edges or your wall hanging or whatever you're doing. I learned that from Michelle Burritt. She was like, well, you need to... Okay, these corners aren't regular corners. So you kind of have to split your corner like in the middle. And that's how you're going to fold. So, like imagine these were equal and split them in the middle. And fold right here. Because these are not regular corners. They're not like your 90-degree corners. You're going to wait to do your cuts when you have fresh eyes. Okay, so we're going to split that corner down the middle. So it might not necessarily be, I'm not folding it this way and back. Do you see how it's not totally, and I just eyeballed it. If you really want to be specific, you could take this and fold it over and then make the corner so you know right where you're going to go. Because you want to split these down the middle, and they're not going to be just a regular right angle. And then you can fold it on that center. Okay? You're going to fold it back, and we're going to sew it down. What is this? Thread in the way. It's frayed. Do I have a pair of scissors? Here we go. All right. Here we go. So see, this doesn't look like your normal right corner. That's okay. We're going to do this one. Okay, and we can fold this one up too. I mean, it's pretty much just the center, but it'll help to have that fold line with this fold line. I'm going to just draw it in. This is going to get folded back. Okay, here we go. It's going to be a little different. It's not like... Going to go right down. I also have it sandwiched. Needed a break. Yes. Better to just take that break because it is, I want to make sure I didn't go too far. I'm going to fold it like this and then fold it like back. You want to take that break because you don't want to be stressed out about it, and you want to make sure that you cut it right. Because you can't take back your cuts, right? You don't want to go through all of this and then not have it cut right, right? That's always heartbreaking. Well, I'll cut those off too. Okay, I'm gonna take this just so I know where the center of that is. You see that? And then I can fold this back on that. Because it's hard to know exactly where to fold it, but you want it to be even. I have that little green dot. That's where I'm going to sew to. Sometimes I'll look for, I call them landmarks. I hope so, Miss Tina. Okay, gonna fold it back on that because I already folded it, so I knew where the middle was of that corner, that irregular corner. So where I know where to fold my binding, so it's gonna be centered. Okay, now we have our straightaway. Again, pull your binding taut, not tight, just taut, so you don't get ripples. And I need some room to join. So I'm going to cut off the very end of this, and that's going to tell me how, where to position my fabric, where to cut it. Where did I put my big scissors? How could I lose them? I didn't leave the room. Okay, we'll get another pair. These are kind of just icky scissors, I think. Here, I'm going to cut this. I like to lay this up. There's quite a bit here. I'm going to cut this a little bit. I have extra. Okay. So I like to lay this up. This is how I do my binding. I'm going to open this piece up. I'm going to put it on the very top right here. Line this raw edge with the top of my binding strip up there. I'm going to fold this one down, and I do give this one a little stretch because I want it to be nice and tight. And then I'm going to cut right here where the raw edge of that binding is. So the binding underneath, do you see the binding underneath is lined up with this edge, and then it should fit perfectly. I'm going to give this a little stretch, and I'm going to cut right there. Hopefully my hand's not in the way. Okay. I'm going to go ahead and cut this. And I always have to like rip out some stitches because I'm always like down too far, or that's okay. I'm going to take this middle part and pinch it together and put a wonder clip in there. And that way I have more room to work with my binding strips and sewing them together. Okay, I'm going to open this up so it is like this and right side up. I'm going to open this one up and I'm going to put it right side down. And you know me, I don't like to pin, but this is when I'll put 2 pins in. Oh, look at that one. You like that? Wonder what happened there. I wonder if I can bend it back. Okay. I'm still going to use it. The top one I put right side up. Open it. Put right side up, and then the other one I do right side down, and I'm going to put my pins in this way, and I'm going to sew. I call this, like if this is the United States, I call this Seattle to Miami, which is where you want to sew, not New York to LA. And that's how I always remember it. Otherwise, it won't open up right. All right. Different foot. And I want you to use whatever technique you like to use, whatever binding technique works for you. And I'm going to take my stitch length. So my stitch length, I am going to go back down to 1.8. I want it nice and tight. And then I'm just center needle position. And that's it. That's the only change I'm really going to be making. Oh, let's turn on our projector too. Because guess what? Last time I sewed with it, my projector stayed on. So hopefully it'll stay on here. If you're on like the Luminaire or the Solaris, it just stays on. If you're on like the Crescendo, it's going to stay on. But it was not staying on the Avenir. You got to keep in mind, I mean, it looks like it's way over here. You have to hold your fabric nice and flat or else it is going to not look like it's working. Oh, he's off. Let's see if he'll come back on. I'm going to hold it down nice and flat. I'm not going to worry about this buckle here in the middle. I'm just worried about where it is nice and flat there. That looks good. Let's go ahead and sew. Let's see if he'll come back on. There. Ooh, I usually pull my needles. I pull them out before I get to them, but that one I was concentrating so hard on this point over here. I'm going to pull that out. I have my fabric folded back the tiniest bit. I'm going to let it go back now and just sew. Okay, that was a 1.8, so I did just sew off my fabric, and I'm not, I did not, what's the word? Or I did not backstitch or anything. I'm going to sew this, cut this off about 1/4 inch from that seam line, let's turn off my projector so it's not confusing. I'm going to open this up and finger press this. Oh, shoot. You didn't see any of that. I'm so sorry. Oh, well, it worked. So I'm sorry, I didn't change the view and I wasn't looking. Okay, open that up. Lay that flat. Take out the wonder clip. Open up your fabric and it should fit perfectly. I did all of that. I was using my projector. I was showing you what I was doing. Ugh. My brain must be ready. Okay, here we go. I'm so sorry. Remember, you get what you pay for. Free Sewalongs. Now, I know they're not perfect sometimes. I really work really hard to make them as perfect for you as possible. So, if it's not, I apologize. Okay. That is, I know, I'm so sorry, Roxanne. All right. Ready? Moment of truth. Let's look at our instructions. Make sure I'm not leading you astray. And I'm sorry about that. You had like 5 minutes of not seeing anything. I do the same thing every time, so maybe you can watch another video. And we're going to sew on our embellishments. I'm going to power through this whole thing. So now that we're done with that, and you can see fold, bind, and we did our 3D. Okay, we're going to go ahead and fold this to the front. I'm going to clip it down. We're going to sew it on. And then I am also going to, let me move this to the back a little bit, see if you can have a bigger view. What was I going to say? I'm going to show you sewing on the embellishments. What's on the screen right there? Okay, here we go. So I'm gonna bring this forward and I'm gonna clip. And okay, I was asking Michelle Burrett, I was like, can I like cut this bulky thing like right here in the corner? Sometimes I feel like there's just too much there. And I can't even remember if she like said I could or not, but I am gonna cut away just a little bit of that bulk, not any of the stitches. I'll show you what I'm cutting away. Because it just gets bulky and I like it to lay nice and flat. But can you see that? That's all I'm cutting away. But I'm doing that. You just saw me do it. What's the rules? Because I don't know the rules, I break them. I don't know the rules, so I just do what I want. I'm like, I'm going to cut it. What are you going to do about it? You're going to turn me into the sewing police? I am seeing, oh, you had that on your screen that whole time. I'm so sorry. I'm going to do that in the next corner. Yep. And a lot of times I don't even clip. I just sew on. But I'm going to clip for this because I want it to be gorgeous for you. It is so cute. Okay, here's my next corner. Guess what? Here I go. I'm not clipping the stitch or anything. Just like right inside of that stitch. I'm just getting rid of it. Tell me what you think of that. Is that like so bad to do? Does anyone else do that? Because it just like, sometimes it just sticks up too far in that corner. Like, what do you do? You guys tell me. I want to know if I'm like, if that's the cardinal sin, like, of sewing. Or if anyone else does it and you're like, oh yeah, it's totally fine. Had to stop. That's okay, Giselle, I'm still here. Because we're going to, this is not going to be a UFO. I'm going to make sure I finish, and I am going to go ahead and show you how I sew the embellishments on. That's super fun. Embellishment sewing on is fun. I need this to stay down more. I'm just trying to get those threads. I'm going to look and see what stitch I used too. I don't remember what stitch I used to sew this down. Did I use a... Okay. Here we go. Here's another one. I'm going to cut it. I want to look at what you guys are saying. Sylvie, I like that. Oh, Tina does it too. Tina does it. Right? Because sometimes it's bulky. And so you're like, well, can I just cut it? Right? I don't know. I don't want to break through. I do not like breaking rules. Like, I don't like, yeah. Anyways, I don't like breaking rules. And so I don't want to, like, I know some of you are new sewists, so I don't want to be showing you bad stuff. I don't want to be a bad influence. Where you go to a class and you're like, this is what I do. And they go, where'd you learn that? And you're like, Jeannie showed me. Okay, this part right here, because this is an irregular corner, I just want you to fold it over and make it look pretty. So before you sew it down, fold it over, make it look pretty. And if it looks pretty, then you've got it. That's my instruction for that. This one too. So you want to do this one. You want to fold it over. I know there's years of experience on here right now. Okay, here we go again. It's right here. I'm going to just kind of fold it so it's a nice... I'm going to do that one last. I'll come back to that one. I'm going to fold that, and I'm going to look at it. And if it looks pretty, I'm going to clip it. Where it's kind of like an equal amount. Oh, that looks gorgeous. I like that. You do you. I want to do me, but I want to make sure it's good for you guys too. That it's like not so bad. Like what I'm doing is like so bad. That's Patrick sewing. Patrick did a class when we were baby lock dealers with Eleanor Burns. And I think it was a hot mess. But Patrick's like, this is what I'm doing. He just did it. But whatever. He said it came out fine. But he did it his way. It was like Frank Sinatra. He did it his way. All right. Here we go. I'm going to stitch this down. I'm going to look at my last one and see how I did it. And then we're going to sew embellishments. You're a queen, you're ruled. Okay, I just did this with, I just sewed it in a little bit. Just top stitch, so that's what I'm going to do for this. I didn't do anything special. Let me put this on the top of the machine, this over here. And we are getting ready. How are we? Can you guys see? Let me come back in here. Make sure you guys can see. Sorry, I'm doing some rearranging. Okay, I think you've got it. Fine. All right, stitch length. We need to increase our stitch length a little bit. This foot, not going to work. I am just going to use, like usually with stuff like this, I should use the bi-level foot, huh? But I'm just so used to using these foot. A lot of times I will use my stitch in the ditch foot and I'll move my needle drop position to the right so I have an equal amount of distance. So I'm going to use that. I use my stitch in the ditch for more than just stitching in the ditch. I'm going to take my stitch length up. So I rarely go to a 3. I know some people will do their top stitching at a 2.3, a 3, a 3.5. So, you know what? Let's go 3. I'm going to go 3. Because I did top stitching the other day and I did it at a 2.5 and I was like, that doesn't look good. And then I changed it to a 3 and it looked gorgeous. So I'm going to go to 3 because you got to keep in mind, same amount of thread, but now it's going through all those layers. So you might want to make your stitch length a little bit longer. That made sense to me. Somebody explained that to me and I was like, oh, that totally makes sense. All right, let's put this on. I still have my deco bob in the top. I'm totally fine with that. And I'm going to start sewing. Or we'll start here in the top, right? Be careful when you go to put your walking foot down. Remember, he's got a big butt on the back. So you got to watch out for the clips here that it's not sandwiching those. So I'm going to go ahead and remove a couple of those clips. And then I'm going to remove this one and I'm going to start right here. Before I start stitching, because I'm set up for center needle position, I'm going to move my needle drop over to the right a bunch. So let's go back right here to this screen and I'm going to take this and just keep hitting plus. And I can see right here the needle drop is moving over. And now I'm going to look on my fabric too. So I'm looking on my fabric as I go as well. And I know you can't totally see it, but I think that looks pretty good. I might move my needle over a little bit more. I think that might be good. I'm at 6.75. I'm almost all the way over to the 7. So your stitch in the ditch foot can be used for more than just stitching in the ditch. So I'm using it as a guide. I also do this with my my edge joining foot. I'll use it this way too. And that way you get perfect rows of stitching. Same thing that you could use this for your whatchamacallit? What's the foot? Your bi-level foot, right? You know what happened? I took home a left bi-level foot the other day and then I needed it to ship out. It's like I never grab them when I should. And then we needed it because we sold it. It was brand new. I just hadn't taken it out and so now I don't have a bi-level foot again. Okay, I'm going to use this too. I love these spatulas because they help me hold my fabric down where I can't get my fingers. Like right here. I want to make sure that this is down and nice and tight. And then I will hold it down with my little spatula. Because this is the year, or for always, that you never get stabbed with a needle. There we go. Slow. Here, there it is. Okay, I'm going to pivot. I'm going to take this out too. Let's pivot. Take your time. This isn't when you want to rush. You're finishing. You're going to make it beautiful. But I love these because they just help me get, they're nice and flat. I can get right under where I want to. You know what I don't like? I don't like selling you stuff that sits. Although, I mean, I have stuff that sits. Nobody cares about me. I buy stuff. I have the cutest set that I bought from Shabby Fabrics, and it's just sitting there. But they did a Sewalong. I just didn't have time to partake. But I feel responsible for you guys, and I want to make sure that when you guys get stuff, if I can, I don't have time to do every project, but I want to baby you. I just want to make sure you do stuff, so I try. I'm sorry if I failed you for the instruction on cutting. Hopefully you can watch the video and it'll make sense. Okay, let's see. You're going to kind of have to watch that video because that corner is not going to be so pretty. But, oh well. Can't all be gorgeous. Okay, I want these to be, so remember, fold it and just make it look as pretty as you can, where it has like a angle that's going to look pretty too. Oh my God, again? You guys aren't seeing what I'm sewing? Oh my God. I'm so sorry. I'm already down around the whole thing. I left it on. Okay, so what happens is there's a switcher. And I look at the screen on there and I think that you're watching my screen and it's the iPad that we have that I need to make sure that, oh, that's too far. I'm going to go back one stitch. I went down way too low. But you just missed like, I know. It was all the way around the corner. Okay, so you're going to have a couple of sections where you're not even seeing what I'm doing because I didn't have the right camera view. Okay, now we're coming around to this one. Look at all this. Okay, this one is, it's just a little itty bitty. Oh, I need to go back a stitch. Okay, gonna pivot, and now we're gonna go up this way. Okay, make this corner nice and pretty. Got it. Okay, if you feel like you're going to get a little buckle as you're sewing this, give it a little stretch, like pull from the top. Not so much that you're ever going to throw your timing off. You can throw the timing off the machine when you're fighting the feed dogs of the machine and you're just pushing or pulling too hard. All right, I'm done. I'm going to give it a little press, and then I'm going to sew down those embellishments. But let me go ahead and turn on my iron. Look at the mess I made over here. This is like... Should I just give you the whole view of the room? It's awful. Okay, let's go here. Look at this. How did this happen? This isn't what it looked like in the beginning. All right, I'm going to clean a couple things up so I'm not going crazy. we are going to be, so right now I'm going to go back to my regular foot because I'm going to use, you have a couple different stitches that you can use to sew down your embellishments. Where's my book? Where's my book? Seriously, how did I lose my instructions? I did. And I'm going to tape them down. I'm just finding that tape is just the way to go for me. Might not be for you. Where's my instructions? Okay, it might take me a minute to find them. Oh, look, they're right here underneath. That's how quickly I lose stuff. So this is the, can you guys see that? Let me see if you can see that. Which way am I going? The wrong way. Right there. Right here where my thumb is bouncing up and down. That's one of the stitches that you can use. It's a little circle stitch. Or we can sew it down with a little button sewing down stitch. So we're going to do one of the two to sew down our embellishments. But before we do that, let's go ahead and I'm just going to tidy up the tiniest bit. Because this is a lot here. It's even enough to make me crazy. This is, give me 2 minutes, just 2 minutes. Oh, and then we were heating this. I have a lot of binding strip left, huh? What do you guys do with all your leftovers? Like, do you just throw this away? Does this get thrown in the trash can? That makes me sad. Okay. Michelle had this wrapped up. I think that's pretty clever. These are like slap bands too. So she had them wrapped up like that. I was like, ooh, I like that. And we're together. Pens. Clips. I'll put this over here. Okay, that's good enough for now. Is this, 81%. How are my cameras at? This one, I'm going to unplug this one. And I'm going to plug this one in because he's only at 21%. And, all right. Where's my little guy? Here he is. So I'm just going to give this a little press, just in those corners especially. Okay, it looks pretty good. I love this. I love how that's all sewn down. I feel like that's so clever. Like this, how it gets sewn down here by the stitch in the ditch to hold it down. And, okay, embellishments. We did it. You guys are almost there. Final stretch, right? So let's go ahead and do our embellishments. You're going to lay them out. And I really did find it easiest to just tape them down. Let me see if you guys have any questions. Oh, so you do it for samples? Well, Donna, what do you do with it then? Like if you, I don't throw any of it away. You know me. I'm like, just hoarding is my jam. But what do you do with it? I guess I could sew it all together too, right? Look at these. So these were ultimate fails because I did the brown thread and doesn't that just look icky? It's just too dark. Looks way better with the mango smoothie thread. It's just way cuter. So you're just going to lay it down. 2 leaves. So you have sets of leaves. And I had, these are extra that didn't even get stitched. So if you look at how she laid it down, she did, I just copied her. Because I'm like, oh, if Janine does it, then it's perfect. So she did 3 leaves with this one, 2 leaves with this one, 1 large leaf with that one. So if you want to do it like that, that means you would have the little flower over here, and he's going to have one big leaf. And then you're going to have a big leaf down here. And I didn't do exactly how she did it, but, and then she had that with, I think, 2 little leaves, maybe, or you could go ahead and mix it up. Like you could do a little, and you can do a big, however you want to do it. Look, this leaf right here looks like it goes. And then one more leaf up here in this upper right. And I did it kind of covering some of that. And, oh, we have 3 of these left. So I have 2 big ones. You could do like, there's like a leaf right there. Look at that. But go ahead and put these, you can cover that. I can cover them up over. I could put it over here, and then it could look like many leaves. Kind of looks like a horn. I almost don't like that. And I'll put this up here. Like that. And just however you want it. So I want you to go ahead, take a moment. I want you to arrange your leaves. Like, do I want to cover that much of this scroll? Maybe I'll cover that one up. And I can put this one over here. Hanging over the edge a little bit, or kind of down. And then this one, just like that. And then once you like it, I want you to grab your transport tape. I want you to tape it all down. Or, I mean, you could pin it down, but I think the transport tape and not having to go through all those layers, that's better for me. This one, I had him up in the corner like that. I had it kind of like this. Could be like 2 leaves over there, 1 leaf right here, and 1 like that. That looks good to me. And, you know, I have other embellishments. I could throw on more. Like, you can embellish as much as you want. Look at, I could take this and just stick them on the middle of that. That's kind of fun. We could take this one and put it up here. That's kind of fun, right? Yeah, if I wanted to. I'm not going to do it right now. I like just the fabric itself is so pretty. Are you guys seeing the right thing? Hopefully. Yes, for once. For once. Okay, I'm going to tape down all my little bits and pieces. If you like what you see, tape it down. Or you can pin it. It's just hard pinning through all those like layers and stuff. I almost feel like I want to move this one in a little bit more. I feel like I should move him in just a tiny bit. Okay. How you guys doing? You okay? I'll just put him down right there. All right, I'm set. I'm going to sew him down. Let's talk about the stitches that you can use on your machine. We are going to go ahead and we are going to change our foot out as well. And I'm going to just put the regular sewing foot on there. So let's switch. Let's switch. Done. We're going to go. No, let's go over here first. All right, let's look at our screen. Screen. So if you go into, and your dual feet foot is great because the machine is going to tell you when you can and cannot use it. Because there's times that it will not work. let's go to your buttonholes. Buttonholes. Did I just pass it? Right here. Okay, see how they're all grayed out? That is because my dual feed foot is on. I'm just going to unplug it. I am going to change it out, but if you just unplug it, you fool it. And you have these stitches right here. So if you want, you could do like this stitch, and that's going to do like a little eyelet stitch all the way around, or you could do this one. Let's see what it's called. So that stitch is the star eyelet. This is your just a regular eyelet stitch. So I'm just going to use this. I'm going to sew the leaves down first. And with the leaves, I'm just going to do a straight stitch. So I'm going to go back here to folder number 1, and I'm just going to go center straight stitch. I could actually just use I could leave the walking foot on for that part, but I'm going to just change the foot out right now as it is. Oh, it's telling me I have slow internet. Are you guys seeing this? I think you should be. Okay, I'm going to change out my foot. So let me go ahead and take off my walking foot. Oh, cool guys on there. I'm like, why won't it come off? I'm going to put in avocado. That is like that brighter green. Actually, I'm not going to put in avocado because I forgot it. But I'm going to just choose something that's kind of like that bright green. Oh, this will do. What is this? It's exquisite. And different colors just give it depth. So I'm going to just use this here. I'm just going to leave my bobbin in there. And you might see a little bobbin thread in the back. It's going to be fine. We're going to all survive. I think you're seeing the right thing. I'm looking at my iPad and it's showing the sewing part. Okay, gonna grab my project. Oh, we need a foot. I'm gonna put the regular sewing foot on, so I'm just gonna put this guy. I mean, I rarely use just my J foot. Kind of fun to just use the J foot though. Hand tighten, screwdriver tighten. All right, I'm going to sew down the leaves first. So just right down that spine, right where they are already. I'm just going to go right down that. And it doesn't have to be perfect. I'll do a little locking stitch. Okay, done. That leaf is done. Let's do the next one. Oh, you know what? My stitch length 2.5, that's fine. I leave that. I adjust my stitch length a lot. Okay, that one's done. Now we'll do this one. Okay, leaves first. We're going to do leaves first. Then we'll do the flower centers. And that's really so we don't have to change thread out constantly. And I'm just sewing right down the spine. I'm just eyeballing where it goes down. Whoop! Flower just came off. It's okay. I still find it easier to just put them down this way. You could then to pin or glue or any of that. Oh, and you know, if you want the leaves to flop up a little bit too, you could do them right at the top of the spine, but I feel like you can fold them up. Do you know what I mean? On the sides. But if you want them to lift up here too, like this, I was sewing them down the entire spine, and we'll go ahead and cut those threads off in a little bit. So now I'm going to just pull off the tape. And now we're going to do, I lost one of the, yes, this one was a jumper. I lost this flower. It's on the floor. I'm going to have to get it. So go ahead and pull off the tape for the leaves. We'll trim all those threads in a little bit. Leaves are done. Oh my God, did you know you were going to be with me all day? I literally, did I put this up for like 2 hours? I thought it was going to take us 2 hours. I'm a bad judge of time. Bad judge of time. Ooh, ooh. Okay, flower centers. You could do the eyelet. Let's try an eyelet. That sounds kind of fun.
How's the camera system? Everything's good?
Everything's been great. Except me not switching it sometimes.
Brother order
Is here.
3 gigantic pallets.
Wow.
So the guys and I are gonna move all the boxes in here, and then Graydon's gonna work with us Sunday evening, and we're gonna do the inventory.
We're going to inventory first before we do anything.
We have to. Like, there's.
All right, guys. Did you hear that?
products.
Brother order is here. I'm going to do the eyelet stitch. I honestly have never done the eyelet stitch before. So this is new for me. So if I do it really poorly, just be kind. But let's go ahead and do it. So I'm going to go back here and to the buttonholes. To the buttonholes. Let me show you that. So I went here to the buttonholes, and now I'm just going to do this one right here. He's kind of cute. The star eyelet. And if you wanted, you could do a pretty color too. I'm not sure quite where the target is and how it works, but I'm just going to go for it. Should I do like yellow? I'm just going to do the cocoa. I'm going to do the cocoa just in case it doesn't go well. It'll just blend in. So here we're going to go switch over. It tells you what foot it wants. Let's go back. Look, end foot and plus foot. So not just the end foot, but the end plus foot. Uh-oh, I got to find it. And plus, I always tell people I feel like I'm cooking in someone else's kitchen because this is Michelle's domain most of the time. Guess what? I found it. Okay, let's change our foot. I like to drop them off. I like to hold this in my left hand. And then I like to hit my foot lowering button. Ooh, perfect. Oh, you guys didn't even see that. Let's do it one more time. One more time. So I took the other one off. And when I put my foot on, I like to just hold it in my left hand so I can kind of adjust. And then I just hit the foot lowering button. And if I don't get it, which I didn't get it that time, I lift it up ever so slightly, not all the way up, and then I position it. And I think you saw it that time. Okay, Coco. It's time for Coco. And I do have one missing flower on the floor. He's a jumper. You guys, we are like seriously in the home stretch. This is it. 3 flowers and we are done. Well, I'm glad you had fun today, Mary Jo. I hope everyone else did. Okay, I'm not sure if you just center it to the center of the flower, which I'm going to do. And this is a good time for you to use your start-stop button. So I'm actually going to unplug the foot control. I'm unplugging it right now as we speak. And then let me see if I can get a bigger, better view for you. I just unplugged the foot control. And I'm going to put my foot down. And I'm going to hit my start-stop button. I'm just going to let it do the magic for me. Hopefully it's magical. And light fingers, light hands. Oh, he looks low. Let's see. Ah, he's kind of low. Maybe I'll do another one up on top. I'm going to do one up there too. So I did too, because my aim was bad. Well, I don't know. I can't say I love it, but that's probably a me thing. Can you see it? It's like 2 circles. Like, I guess maybe I should just do more, right? I should do more, and then it'll look like a flower center. So this is me learning. I'm learning that I don't know where it goes. I'm going to do another one over here on the left. I think I'm learning that I don't exactly know how to target it. I'm just going to keep doing them. And that one was way off. It does look like flower centers, which is kind of nice. This is cracking me up. Okay, can you see those? That's what I'm getting. That's enough. Seriously, who is going to look at those? If I could get this one right in the center. Oh, let's project. Duh. Okay, let's project. I'm done with this. I'm going to go to the screen and I'm going to hit my projector. Yeah, of course I should have just projected. Wait, why is it not showing? Project. Project. I'm trying to get it to project. Oh, it's projecting in black. So let's change that color. I think it's changing. Let's make it bright. Whoa, that's the background color. Wow, that's bright. We'll do blue. I'm going to check. And then thread color. Let's do, oh God, that is way too bright. I'm going to go back to black. That's the background color. And now we want the thread color. Let's see if we can do, oops, background again. Hang on, just confused here. Thread color. That's the thread color. I'm just not seeing it. Is it me? Should I be projecting? Let me pick a different one. Okay. Yellow. Oh, I see it right there. It's the foot. It is projecting it. I think that's it. You got to push down the fabric. It's really weird because I am seeing the projection right here on the left part of the foot. Oop. Oh my God. Yeah, I have no idea. I mean, it looks like it would be right there. Let me put my foot down. There it is. Do you see it? I needed the foot down. I don't know if you can see it, but I am now seeing it right there. I'm going to lift my foot up and move it over a little bit. And I can see it right there and around the foot. I'm going to assume that's it, and I'm going to go for it. So just make sure with the projector, you have to have the fabric flat. So what I'm learning right now is let's just put the foot down, and that should work. Let's see how centered we are. Not right, not totally sure if that really worked. No, he was way up high. Okay, I'm not sure. I'm going to do another one. I'm going to do it low. Talking about this, Giselle? Yeah, that is your selector. So this selects your background. So if you can't see, or at least it should select your background. I don't know if you can see that, but I'm going to turn it off. Or guess, or not. Okay, I'm going to sew the last one on. Let me find the last one. I'm doing a fail, a little bit of a fail, but it's okay. I'm going to put this one on here, just lay it down. There's my projector, which, let me put my foot down. I'm going to do right there, and let's go ahead and try it. And this is the other eyelet stitch that I'm doing now, which is kind of fun. I've never done these before. And that one is done, and that's going to be good enough. So this is, I'm going to take off my tape. Let's go over here. Let's get to where you guys can see more. And here we go. Here is our welcome friends. So, 244, not too bad. It was fun kind of sewing with you. I hope someday I could just sew with you and not have to do anything on the website and ship and do that, because this is what I really love. You're going to trim all those threads. I would go ahead and take your flowers and kind of like wrinkle them up a little bit so they look a little bit more dimensional. And I know it got confusing when we were doing the trimming. So I hope you can watch that portion of the video back with the instructions, and that it'll make more sense. And I think it was smart of you guys to not continue on if you were confused. But you're gonna have the video, it's gonna load as soon as this is over. And I hope you enjoyed that. It was fun sewing with you guys. It's pretty, isn't it? And I hope you learned something here or there. If not, I apologize. But I had a good time with you. Enjoy the rest of your day. And the video will just kind of go up on its own. It does take a couple hours sometimes for it to render. And that's it for now. I'll see you guys later. Bye.